Directors, it is now 10:03 a.m.
I'll be right back.
So,
The pages for signature.
so if you look at this one, this is what I was looking at here, that this.
Are we going to have a meeting today?
I am waiting, good morning, I am waiting for somebody to call the meeting to order. It is now 10:03 a.m.
Yeah, I'm calling the meeting to order.
Okay. It is
Director
10:03
Apodaca.
a.m.
Let's have the roll call.
Okay. Okay.
Cecilia, before you do roll call, you need to have Director Vasquez unmuted and stop playing games. We need to hold this important meeting, and while people continue to play games on Zoom, we're going to have problems.
We will confirm that all directors are unmuted.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, Director Chacon?
Okay, Phil had issues getting in, so I got him on my line.
This is Director Hawkins. I'm on with our Chacon. When I call in, all I get is a busy signal.
Okay, Director, we'll make a note of that.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous.
So Director Apodaca called for a roll call, so I'll go ahead and go through the list and we'll confirm that all directors are on the line. Director Chacon?
Present.
Director Rigi?
Here.
Director Hawkins?
Here?
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Please
Director
unmute
Camacho?
her. I am
Yes, I
present. She just texted me that she's being muted on her end and she can see that. You need to tell the person running the Zoom to stop playing games, Cecilia.
Okay, we'll try that again. Director Oscui? Director Vasquez? Okay. Director Camacho Rodriguez?
You heard me, I'm present.
Yes, Director, I'm just going through the roll call. And Director Apodaca?
Here.
Okay, so give me 1 second while we try to connect both Director Oscui and Director Vasquez, because I believe they're both muted. 1 second, please.
Good morning. This is Director Vasquez, and I'm present.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Director. And Director Oscui, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Cecilia. Thank you.
Okay. So I've noted both of you present.
Would you mind telling me who's present, Cecilia? Because I was muted the entire time. I haven't been able to hear the proceedings.
Sure, Director. We have Director Chacon, Director Rigi, Director Hawkins, Director Oscui, yourself, Director Camacho Rodriguez, and Director Apodaca on the line.
Okay.
We also have legal counsel on the line.
So all directors are present?
Correct.
Okay. Will Director Hawkins lead us in the invocation, and Director Rigi lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, I'm gonna open up in prayer. Lord, please watch over us as we go through this epidemic and the the state of California and the whole United States. Please keep us safe and free of this pandemic that we're going through. And then please watch over Central Basin as we go through some tough times here. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please place your hand over your heart. Repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a certification?
Yes, Director, the agenda was posted.
Okay. Public comments and presentations. I hope that we can limit them to 3 minutes, please.
Director Vasquez has her hand raised. Can someone let her be unmuted so she can make a comment?
Mr. President, if I may,
Yes.
the comment section for the directors is item number 26 at the end of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
can make a comment? Yeah.
Yes.
I erroneously pressed the button earlier when I was muted. I wanted to just be acknowledged that I was in a meeting and was requesting to be unmuted. So you can, I will make my comments towards the end of the meeting. And you can disregard that hand for now.
So do we go on to item 3, walk-on items?
Well, I do believe you have public comments though.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever has a comment, please comment.
I believe they need to be unmuted. There are several members of the community that are waiting online to make public comment. However, they're being either blocked or being muted. It's preventing them from making a comment so we can ask the moderator unmute them and allow the public opportunity. Thank you.
Cecilia, can we have those people that want to comment speak, please?
Sure, Director. Let me confirm that if there's anybody on the line right now
Okay.
that would like to make a public comment, they can go ahead and do so at this time.
Go ahead, Rodolfo. Can you hear? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Great. My name is Linda Bassett. I'm elected to the Central County Committee of the Democratic Party, and I want to comment that I am really unhappy that you have you have such difficulty with your meetings and your governance. It's incredible, but resolving it by dissolving the board and not fighting against it is equally unconscionable. I don't understand what you guys are doing, but SB 625 is an abomination of the democratic process, and going to court in order to solve these things seems such a bad use of our public dollars. I hear that Mr. Apodaca has been involved in a lawsuit, and I really find that as public officials, you're behaving so badly.
I don't know what else to say. I wish you would fight against the bill SB 625. That is, it's a terrible thing to do. What are you guys doing there? I'm sorry, I wasn't, and John Ascui also, using our public dollars for your inability to behave properly is really beyond the pale. You guys had better start behaving like elected officials, and I will work very hard myself to stop the furtherance of SB 625, and I do believe that several of you are going to continue getting paid, your staff, etc. That you wrote all of that into the bill is pretty revealing of your motivation. You're not motivated to do the public good, and I want to express my extreme disgust. Thank you.
Are there any additional public comments?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Okay.
My name is Maria Estrada, and I'm from the 63rd Assembly District. And I viewed the video of Baba Podaca assaulting board member Leticia Vasquez while on the dais, and John Ascui in the background laughing. I also saw the video coverage of her being handcuffed outside of the building, of the Central Water Basin building. This is a aggressive coup being implemented at the Central Water Basin by Alexander Hamilton, Baba Podaca, with the support of Cristina Garcia and Anthony Rendon. And I think it's telling that members of the board are using, aggressive, violent tactics against other board members in order to push their agenda. I think it's really disgusting that you have grown men acting like juveniles and using their positions and their power to try to push this agenda. The fact that people will be getting paid, even though that this board will be disbanded, is ridiculous. I actually was at the building. I had to go around and come in through the back because the front door was locked with a padlock and a chain in order to stop the public from going into a public building. I can't believe that this has gotten to this point where you have members of a board who are sending wire transfers without a board vote and approval, and which is basically stealing and against the law, and acting in this manner in an attempt to disenfranchise and take this organization and away from the public and to shift it to another organization. This is one in many steps that we know are occurring in order to disenfranchise voters in Southeast LA. There is no emergency that is happening right now, that this has to happen right now. The manner that the Gut and Amend bill was presented, the fact that we drove all the way to Sacramento and were not allowed in to speak on this bill. We've been doing everything we can to try to bring attention to the public, since the people who have written this bill and the board have not done anything.
You have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. The board has done nothing to notify the public of what's happening, of what's occurring within the Central Water Basin. This is, like I said, an aggressive attempt and a violent attempt to try to take this organization, this utility away from the public. And I hope that the public is properly informed. We should wait at least till the judgment comes on what is it, June 23rd or July 23rd, after the court hears that.
Ms. Estrada, sorry, once again, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Are there additional members of the public that would like to make a comment? Once again, are there any members of the public that would like to make a comment?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know why I am still, I'm not muted by you, but I'm worried. I've heard that there are 40 participants online, and I'm extremely worried that while you're asking them if they want to talk, they may not be able to. Are you sure that you're unmuting the right people and giving them the opportunity to speak? I have very little faith or confidence in your ability to conduct a meeting at this moment. Could you please double check for me?
Yes, ma'am, not a problem.
Thank you.
I recommend those people that are on Zoom take pictures, so that way we know who was online and didn't get to speak.
In other
I'm sorry,
meetings,
Director,
they
say that
call
again?
the last 4 digits of the phone number in order for people to say whether or not they're going to speak.
So I believe everyone that is on the line is actually unmuted. So if there's any other member of the public that would like to speak, please feel free to do so. I believe I could hear background music, so if that person isn't going to participate, if you could please mute your phone so that we can hear anybody else that would like to speak. Once again, are there any members of the public that would like to make a comment?
Yes, I would like to make a comment.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Castillo, and I am a delegate for the LA County Democratic Party, elected for the 63rd District. And I'm calling because I do oppose SB 625. I believe it will disenfranchise 2.4 million people in Southeast LA. This takes away their vote and disenfranchises them, and I totally disagree with this. I'm not sure why this is being done. The only thing I can surprise is that this is being done to give the water over to private companies. And somebody like Mr. Apodaca and Mr. Huey they will probably get something out of that, and any other person that is involved in that. Also, I would like to know when Central Basin will open, and also I would like to know why Andrew Hamilton is running his own personal Zoom meeting if he was terminated in May. Yeah, so, and I also like that where Mr. Apodaca attacked Leticia Vázquez, and then Mr. Huey left. I find this disgusting that men would attack a female, and then also they would call LA sheriff on her and have her put into a car where she had done nothing wrong. This is, to me, is only a way to silence somebody from telling the public what's really going on. And I totally disagree with what's been going on there with the Central Basin. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Merly Alejandre, and I represent the city of Beole. And I reject SB 625 because this is anti-constitutional, and this violates the USA Constitution and is corruption. And it's in the United States, on the southeast Los Angeles, is more than 5 million people. So the families, this affect the SB 625, affect millions of families here. And I oppose, my family and me, we oppose to SB 625. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to make a comment?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. I would like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yesenia Cuarenta. I am a resident in Paramount, and as a resident and as a teacher as well in the city of Norwalk, I believe education is very important, and because there is a lack of education on the part of some of the members in in that body of, I urge that we educate our community. It is unfair that people are making choices without letting us know what is really going on. If you are in there, if you have a seat there, it is your job. If you make any things that will impact us, it is your job to make sure that we know. I did not know what was going on. Fortunately, I have friends who have told me, and I've read articles, but again, if you're an elected official, part of your duty should be to educate the community. Part of your duty should be to keep us in the loop, to let us know that what the choices you're going to make are going to have a negative impact on my family, on my neighbors, on my community. So I urge folks to please come out, talk to us, let us know what's going on. I've never met the person who represents Paramount, and I've lived here my whole life. So there is definitely a need, one, to engage the community, and two, to inform us so that when people decide to make choices, they don't do it on their behalf, but they do it on behalf of us, of my neighbors, of my parents, of my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment?
Yes, I want Baba Podaca and Hamilton and John Askew to answer for what they've done. I want them to respond to why they're doing what they're doing. I think they have a responsibility to tell the public what they've done.
I'm sorry. I believe there are two people speaking at the time. Hello? Hi, good morning. If there is anybody on the line that would like to make a comment, there was a member of the public speaking at the moment. We ask that if you will not be making a comment, if you can please mute your phone so that we don't get the background conversations and we can hear the person that is currently speaking. We'd appreciate that. Once again, if there are any members of the public that would like to make a comment, please do so at this time.
Yes, may I make a comment?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, my name is George Perez here in the city of Cudahy. I've worked in the water industry for a number of years and have attended Central Basin meetings. And hearing some of the concerns out there from the residents, teachers, just our everyday folks, we all have the ability to get out there, find out what's going on over at Central Basin. Regarding the SB 625, I think we really need to take our time before we do anything with that legislation. I know Assemblywoman Garcia had some legislation that changed the structure of the board there at Central Basin. Why don't we go back and take a look at that legislation that may have led us to where we're at today? There's a lot of talented people on that Central Basin board. Each and every one brings something to that diocese and knows what they're doing. I seriously think there's a conflict of personalities with maybe the board and staff. If we can just sit down, really look at this, I know there's an answer somewhere to make Central Basin work. And everybody with concerns to really get out there and let's ask the right questions and find out what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment? Once again, are there any members of the public that would like to make a comment?
Hello?
Yes.
I would just like to add to my comment that, and I didn't use my whole 3 minutes, is that I find it unconscionable that the writers of this bill take money from the water purveyors, retailers that get water from or are under the jurisdiction of the this central water basin. And I still don't understand why, if you're an elected official, would you vote to disband your own organization, your own board? That was not right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment? Once again, are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment?
Yes, I'd like to speak again. This is Maria Estrada, delegate or Central County Committee elected member, and director of LULAC Los Angeles. And I'm wondering why Andrew Hamilton is hosting this meeting on his own personal Zoom account. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. This should be done through, and my understanding is he was terminated in May, so why is he even allowed to be involved in this like this? This isn't logical. It doesn't make sense. Is he going to respond?
Oh.
He needs to respond.
Ms. Estrada, I believe this is just a comment section. I don't believe we're able to engage going back and forth in dialogue. I believe it's just open to public comments.
Well, him and Apodaca and the rest of them need to respond to what we're discussing and stating here today, because I mean, you can't go around putting your hands on women and calling the police on people unjustifiably and thinking that's okay. I mean, this is outrageous. And you tell Baba Apodaca, this is Maria Estrada, the one that showed up at his house. We have no problem going back to his home.
Thank you, Ms. Estrada. Are there any other members of the public that have not had a chance to speak that would like to make a comment?
Yes, I would like to make a comment. So my comment is directed at the board, but Ms. Cecilia Pulido, do you value your job? Come on now. Why are you doing this? You just mentioned the Brown Act. Well, actually, it is possible under the Brown Act to give a brief response to public comment live. So you should not say that it's only about comments. Of course, Apodaca and Askewi and Origi could respond and discuss their antics. They're not going to do that because they know that would expose themselves further to lawsuits from the public. So come on, stop playing this game, Cecilia. You know, even if the bill goes forward, which it's not, you know, you want a job, right? So you should not be doing this. You need to take control of the Zoom meeting. You need to use your equipment provided by the district to have a district meeting. You should not be allowing someone who's already been fired to run this meeting, someone who's not even the clerk. It should be you. And you should provide transparency to the public. And this is still apparently unclear, but what has happened is that our assembly woman in Downey and Bellflower, Cristina Garcia, has conspired against the people, conspired to put these private water companies on the board. Again, Cecilia, you're supposed to be there protecting a public entity. So why are you allowing these fools, misogynistic fools, to do this? You know, your salary could probably be even higher if they weren't there. But they're misogynists, right? They want to assault women. Are you going to allow that, Cecilia? You need to take control of the meeting and make it clear which side you're on. Are you with the water privatizers who are trying to disband your job? No, no, no. It's time to have true accountability and do your job under the Brown Act.
They're just letting you know you have 30 seconds left.
At the end of the day, it's not like Anthony Rendon and Cristina Garcia are going to win re-election. The people now know what has been happening. People are highly opposed to it. So all of you that have been conspiring on this, the staff members, it's time to change your behavior and do the right thing. And the appointed directors, a bunch of fools.
They're just letting you know your 3 minutes are up. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment that haven't already made a comment?
Yes, I would like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Cristina Montalvo. I live in the city of Southgate, which is in the district for the Municipal Water Board. I sit as an alternate on Los Angeles Democratic Party in Assembly District 63. I'm calling to speak on behalf of our communities that we're not informed of what's going on. What's going on with the water district, the attempt to dissolve it. CWAC had a meeting, they agreed to support SB 625. We oppose it. The people that sit on these committees are council members and people that work for the cities. None of them made the effort to inform any of the public. We have council members, mayors, people that are making videos about census and different things. They could have very well did the same thing for SB 625. They made no attempt to do so. And then historically, when politicians do this, because they have something to hide. Why are you hiding it from your 2.4 million residents that are brown and black color, low income, that is their public utility? Water. Water is life. We can't survive without water. This is something very important to all of us. Why not inform us? They have very easily accessible to the media and everything else. They have staff, they have access to our information. They could easily inform us, and they do not. So I'm calling to oppose SB 625. I'm very ashamed of the public officials in the Southeast right now for not making any attempt to inform us. I'm ashamed of upper level people that are aware of this as well, that make no attempt to communicate with the public or give us a chance to give our input, because they're taking away our vote to vote on Central Water Basin representatives. They're taking away our rights with no notification whatsoever. And it's bad enough that this is going on during the pandemic, civil unrest, inequality, unemployment. I can go on, but it's just like they're taking advantage of a very desperate situation.
Ms. Montalvo, just letting you know you have 30 seconds left.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that have not already commented that would like to make a comment? Once again, are there any members of the public that have not already made a comment that would like to make a comment? Okay, I'll ask, I guess, one more time. Are there any members of the public that would like to make a comment that have not commented before? Director Apodaca, I believe that may be it for public comments.
Okay. Item 3, walk-on items. Do we have any?
I don't believe we do, Director. We do not.
Okay. Item 4, MWD activities update.
Hi, good morning,
Staff.
directors. This is Tammy.
Good morning.
So a couple of items for update on metropolitan activities. First, they've started their integrated resources plan process, also known as the IRP, and they've established a special IRP committee. The IRP is a long-term water supply planning process to identify resource development needs in order to establish a 25-year plan for water reliability. The main objectives of the 2020 IRP will include developing technical analysis, assessment of uncertainties, climate change adaptation, while expanding an adaptive planning approach. So throughout the next few months, Metropolitan will conduct a scenario planning exercise by reviewing water system flexibility and identifying major policy areas. The IRP committee will identify and review the technical aspects for the up-to-date revisions to the plan. They have their next meeting, which is scheduled for tomorrow, June 23rd at 9 a.m. For anybody who is interested in, you can go to the website and listen on live streaming. And then secondly, regarding the Recycled Water Advanced Purification Center, Metropolitan is now conducting virtual tours of the Regional Recycled Water Center for folks to learn more about the facility, the innovative purification process, and the importance of recycled water to Southern California's future water supply. So earlier this month, the first virtual tour took place, and it included, they had more than 100 people that participated, and that ranged from school-age children to technical experts. And Metropolitan has this information also listed on their website for anybody who is interested to participate in a virtual tour of the facility. So that concludes my report on the Metropolitan updates.
Director Phil Hawkins, do you have any comments?
No comments at this time.
Okay. Going to item 5, consideration of a Central Basin Municipal Water District draft fiscal year 2020 to 2021 budget. Hamilton.
Good morning. Good morning, directors. This is Andrew
Good morning.
Hamilton.
Good morning.
And we are before us discussing the fiscal 2020-2021 budget. Unlike prior years, in the current year, this budget presentation, we have a massive budget hole. As you can see on page 1 of the memo, page 5 of your PDF, or page 5 of your packet, I've listed 4 items on that first page of the budget memo that have had significant impacts to this upcoming or draft budget. The first item is the election expenses. As we've previously discussed, I apologize, I have I think I'm getting laryngitis from some allergies. Oh. Let me take a drink. About a year ago, the estimated election expenses for the November 2020 election were approximately $1.2 million. However, the county has since published an election calculator and estimated those costs to be $2.2 million. So there is now an unfavorable change from the 5-year plan, 5-year financial forecast that the board adopted as part of the 5-year rate study last July. So that's about a $1.2 million hole in the budget. Recycled water revenue is the second item. That is about $1.1 million unfavorable, and that's mostly to lower water sales in that 5-year projection for fiscal 2020 to 2021. The forecasted volumes were about 5,700 acre-feet. However, next year we're anticipating about 4,500 acre-feet. Now you might ask, how does this compare to prior years or even the current year? And in the current year, we're expecting, with just a few weeks left in fiscal 2020, that we will have a little less than 4,400 acre-feet. So with the contracting sales from prior years that continue to impact the district, along with the Montebello Hills, we believe we'll have a slight increase overall, about 100 acre-feet from what we're expecting to complete in this fiscal year. Number 3 are legal expenses. And that is about $500,000 unfavorable to the 5-year financial forecast. As you recall, in April, the district's new insurance coverage has a much higher deductible, and with the recent lawsuits that have been filed, we're expecting about $500,000 in increased legal fees and lawsuits in fiscal 2021. And last but not least is the Rio Honda lease expense. With WRD not leasing or subleasing that land from us, we're expecting about a $300,000 hit to the budget. Wow. So we've actually included a PowerPoint slide, page 12 of your packet. So we have a presentation. It's page 12 and 13 of your packet. So as we continue along in the presentation, as we've had in the past, there are quorum issues related to this potential budget item. If you look at page 14, you can see the budget indenture requires Central Basin to fix and prescribe rates in the budget at 115% DCR, the debt coverage ratio. The revenues must be such that we collect above what our expenses are. And in essence, that debt coverage ratio is that calculation, and it must be at 115%. This is not a new item or new requirement. This is something that we've actually discussed in the past, and I just want to highlight it again to your attention. In addition, you can see the budget adoption is required in our debt documents and our debt covenants by July 15th. Moving to the next page, page 15, slide 5. If the budget adoption and the 115% DCR are not made, the trustee may declare the principal of all of the 2008 bonds then outstanding to be due and payable immediately. I believe this applies to all the budgets, all the bond documents, all the bond indentures for all the debt of the district.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm trying to follow you, and you said page 15, slide 5. Would you help me follow you by telling me what exactly you're referring to? Because I am on page 15, but there's no slide 5.
So it's page 11, Director. So the hard packet, the hard copy would be page 11, but he's going off the PDF on our website for any members of the public that are following. It's page 15 on the PDF, but it's page 11 of the hard copy.
Page 11. Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Yes, and it's the top slide.
Yeah, if we can just make sure that we're on the same page with respect to that, because I'm taking notes. And I do have a number of questions that I will be asking, and I want to make sure that I'm referencing the correct information. So if you can keep that in mind, Mr. Hamilton, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you for that comment. So as we proceed, we've discussed some of these issues in the past budget process and have updated some of the slides for the current year. If you look on physical page 12, PDF page 16, slide number 7.
Wow.
You can see the declining reserves. We updated this with the most recent information. Historically, 2008, we had about a $27 million reserve balance. Now it's $9.3 million. We had a AA- rating in 2008 and currently have a BBB+. So Both of those matrices, both the reserve balances and the bond ratings, have significantly fallen since 2008. If you go to the bottom slide on that page, if you look at our imported variable net revenues, has to do with potable and replenishment sales. You can see historic numbers have been peaking approximately 4.5 million, just a little shy of that. And with the last year water rate study that the district approved in July of 2019, the 5-year projection you can see for 2020 and beyond have significantly lower numbers. Moving to the next page, slide 9, you can see the district has reacted and increased rates over the last 5 years. You can see the recycled in purple, that's the top line. The blue line is our potable administrative surcharge, and that has gone from 90 to 190, so that rate is more than double over the last 5 years. You can also see the water meter service charge has increased from approximately $70 to $117. Now going to slide 10 on that same page.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
How were we going to do this? Were we going to reserve our questions until the end, or how were we going to proceed? Because I do have questions. Obviously,
Sure,
we all
you can ask them whatever the board's pleasure.
Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you mind informing us how the questions will be asked? Should we interject as Mr. Hamilton is making the presentation and ask the questions, or shall we wait until the end? How will this be done?
Did Director Hamilton or Director Hamilton, did you finish, or did you have any additional comments about this?
Yes, I'm midway through the presentation, and I'm open to either questions now or at the end, whatever is the board's pleasure.
President Apodaca, if I may suggest, for the continuity of the presentation, perhaps Mr. Hamilton can finish, and then the directors at the end would be asking the questions, and then he would be able to answer.
So noted. Are you okay with that, Director Vasquez?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
So sales volumes declines. There are 4 agencies that have had significant sales volume declines of met purchases. So the 3 that are to the right, both the City of Los Angeles, the San Diego County Water Authority, and Santa Monica, have either replaced some of their net purchases with other import sources or desalination water. In our case, you can see ours toward the left, Central Basin, 66% decline in net purchases. Those that have equated dollar for revenue declines. So we're really, of all the net member agencies, the most significantly impacted in the revenue arena based on our net declines. If you go on to the next page, the top slide, you can see our credit rating compared to other agencies. And also to note is the significant lower rating that we have. In addition, barely above investment grade. In the bottom slide, you can see the coverage ratio comparisons in 2018, the most recent data that the district has. We were at 1 times debt coverage ratio, and generally the others range between approximately 2.0 and 3.0. Moving on to the pension liability, in this slide, the higher the number, the worse. So we are at the highest. This slide measures the pension liability per active employee. Ours is about $330,000. The others range from anywhere West Basin of about $16,000, and the average is about $150,000. So again, the higher number is unfavorable. And last on that slide is maybe a little bright light is an efficiency comparison that has been done. And this shows that the staffing, both levels and compensation are favorable, meaning lower compensation and lower number of employees per resident on average. So as we move on to physical, page 16, PDF, page 20, slide 15. Now we're going to discuss the draft budget as submitted by departments. So you can see at the bottom the draft volumes in last year's
Andrew.
budget. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask anybody that's participating in the meeting if they could perhaps mute their phones because we're getting a lot of noise in the background so that everybody's able to hear your presentation. So just once again, participating in our meeting at the moment, if you can please mute your phone so we don't get any of the background noise, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Going back to the volumes, you can see recycled water volumes for last year budgeted were about 5,400. We'll be very fortunate if we 4,400. So it was about $1,000 acre feet less in fiscal 2020. That's the fiscal year that is ending in just a week. In this next fiscal year, this draft budget, we're proposing about 4,500 acre feet in recycled water. Potable water is about flat, and again, replenishment water is 0. On the expenditure summary slide, you can see the comparison between years of both the budget from last year and the draft budget for this next fiscal year. And some of the significant variances I've touched on. On the first department, you can see administration and board services. The vast difference there is the $1.2 million difference in election expenses, which significantly rose, as I previously mentioned. In the finance department, there's about a $50,000 increase related to a potential water rate study. And so that is the comparison between the finance department and the between fiscal years. If you go on to the human resources department, there's 3 variances that explain the increase in budgeted amounts. And those are sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. The property insurance and liability insurance has gone up about $60,000. OPEB has risen about $35,000, and CalPERS are scheduled unfunded pension payments for the unfunded actuarial liability, the amount we owe CalPERS, has gone up about $75,000. As we've also discussed, the legal expense going up about $500,000. Interest expense stays the same. This is the 3rd year of our lower debt service payments. External affairs, that department was, the board adopted closing that department. The water resources has gone up slightly, and that is due to having a water management plan budgeted for the next fiscal year. And the last item is the engineering department. which has, like I mentioned, about approximately increase of $300,000 of additional Rio Hondo expense, $75,000 in utilities, and about $100,000 in temp labor adopted budget from the prior year. So those are some of the significant variances. So how do expenses look? In capital projects, you can see about a $2.5 million or $2.4 million increase on slide 18. Again, that's page 17 of the fiscal copy 21 of the PDF. Jesus Christ.
That's all right, you got COVID.
Plague.
Language. So going on to page 19, you can see the pie chart. Some of the larger items are recycled operations, 34%, interest of 16%, staffing of about 13%, and election expenses is 12%. You can see the org chart updated from the prior year. If you go to page 21, this is our revenue summary. You can see recycled water sales are dropping and have dropped because of the lower volumes. The second line is potable imported, the admin surcharge. That is pretty flat. Standby charge is obviously staying constant. In the investment earnings line, that's about 2/3 of the way down. Interest rates have dramatically decreased, and that will have an impact on the investment earnings from our reserves. And lastly, is the last line I want to highlight is miscellaneous. That went from about 180,000 to 8,500. That is related to the settlement for the LIBOR that was negotiated, and we received that about a year ago. So how do rates look like? So what we used are the rates from, again, the 5-year water rate study, and generally rates increase approximately 4% for water charges and water rates that the district is responsible for imposing. There is a net rate. You can see that it's scheduled to go up 2%. And so the recycled water overall goes up 4%. With our surcharge and METS rate for potable water, the overall increase would just be 3%. And there was no increases in the water meter service charge or the annual fixed charge per connection. So where does that leave us overall in the overall budget summary? This is slide 23, PDF page 24, and page 20. That leaves us with approximately a $3.2 million budget deficit. That's very significant. In the prior year budget, we had a slight surplus. And how does that relate to the DCR? The DCR for last year was 156% budgeted. And this year, as this draft budget, it's at negative 0.3%. If you look to some of the reductions that have been made, just briefly, if you recall, the board reduced 2 positions in the prior year. The first one was the elimination of a position by combining the deputy board secretary with the senior procurement analyst. That saved 1 position. And number 2 is the director of external affairs. That was the second position. Now, that was for the current fiscal year. Prior to that, a few months, the board had eliminated the water education program, the water education manager, the records management assistant position was also eliminated, public affairs officer, chief engineer. water resources analyst position. We're going back a little bit further in time as we go down the list. And you can see the other reductions to the district's finances and the district's budget in that list. So we're getting close to the end of the presentation. The district's goal is to obviously have financial stability and to consider it in both an affordable and equitable manner. What we did is a brief analysis. If recycled water rates were to increase that $1 million, how would that look for the potable rate? And again, this is just a very rough back of the envelope projections. That would be approximately an 83% increase in the potable admin surcharge from about $190 to $348. And one final thing, I wanted to produce a slide. If the board's recent 4 months of inaction and the inability to have a board, a regular board meeting were to still occur, we would lose that in some of these light blue boxes. You can see some of the impacts. We lose about $3.3 million of standby charges in August 2020. That's the first box. You'll see a decline of about that $1.1 million in recycled revenues over time. The district would make an election payment in February 2021. At that point, reserves would be about $3.4 million. And if the board didn't take action for the standby charge in about a year from now, the district's reserves would go negative. So what are the next steps? Today is potentially considering areas to revise the budget to achieve the 115% DCR, and potentially the board to adopt the budget. In the near future, once that budget is considered and adopted, staff will calculate the rates and charges based on the approved budget, and then come back to the board for their consideration of the adopted rates and charges. So what has been done in the past. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm open to answering any questions. And thank you for bearing with me. I think I'm losing my voice.
Anytime.
I do have a question. I'm not sure how Mr. Apodaca is going to proceed. Is he going to call upon each director, or should we just chime in? How will this work so that it's orderly? Hello?
Madam Secretary, would you please remind the folks that are online to mute their phones or devices, because there's a lot of background noise and part of the presentation is not being heard.
Yeah, so once again, any members of the public that are participating in our meeting, we ask that if you could please mute your phones, because we could hear the background noise and it makes it a little difficult to hear both the presenter and any directors that may be asking questions. So once again, please mute your phones, members of the public, please, so that we don't get the background noise or the feedback from your phones. And Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Director Vasquez was asking how you would like to have directors ask questions, if you'd like to go in a particular order so that everybody gets a chance to ask their questions.
Would the board prefer the chair of the Finance Committee, Mr. Skewy, or Mr. Hamilton?
Well, Mr. President Apodaca, what I suggest is for other members of the board to be heard first. Maybe just since you're doing this virtually, you can start to your left from Director Hawkins and come forward this way. And then I would add some comments at the end if you don't mind, please.
Alrighty. Director Hawkins?
I'm going to pass for right now. I'd like to come back a little bit later because I'm still looking at some of this stuff to figure out what we should be doing with it. This county thing on this election is just outrageous. I can't imagine how they can dump that kind of fees on us with the limited income that we do have. So I still have some comments on that, but I'll hold that till a little later.
All right. Next, is that
That would be Director Chacon.
Chacon?
Yeah, my thing is this just somebody's idea on this item here, or are these actual facts? Let me bring it up why I'm asking this. When former general manager Kevin Hunt decided to give away our W2 PP plan to the city of Whittier, he said we were not making any money. And then after myself and a couple of directors spoke to Andrew Hamilton said, yes, we were making money off that plan. What? I was just talking. Somebody please answer that.
I don't recall saying that.
I believe myself, Bill Hopkins, and also either Martha or Leticia Vasquez was in the office when you made that comment.
Mr. Hamilton, if I may, that item was brought
that's the question for Mr. Hamilton, please.
I'm trying to
Andrew, can you please answer that?
I never recall making that comment.
You don't? Okay.
Every year the districts have to.
That's fine. That's fine. You already said what you said. Thank you.
I would like, I'm assuming I'm next, and I do have a number of questions with respect to the presentation. So you mentioned, Mr. Hamilton, that there's a 115% debt coverage ratio.
Right.
Would you give us a dollar amount? What is that?
That dollar amount varies based on whatever our revenue or expenses are.
Okay.
And so,
based on your projections that you've made for this budget cycle, what is that number?
well, if you look at the comparison of the prior year budget to the current year budget, there's about a 3.2 million hole in what our budget looks. And so the best way to say it is if we want to have a similar DCR to last year, as we projected approximately a year ago, we would need to have either lower expenses of 3.2 million or higher revenue of about 3.2 million.
Okay. So it's safe to say that 115% debt coverage ratio is 3.2 million. Is that what
approximately?
Okay.
Wait a minute.
So when you say approximately, what do you mean? Is it going to be more or is it going to be less? As the finance director for this agency, it's your professional opinion that number is what?
We'd have to get a calculation to get the exact number, but again, for us to do a comparison from the 5-year plan, financial plan. We don't want to, in fact, in the past, when the board has adopted a budget of approximately 115% DCR, there's been issues in the past and it's gone below. So at the forecasted DCR in the 5-year plan that we had last year, it's approximately 3.2 million. If we go lower in our DCR to 115%, that is a situation that in the future would jeopardize our ability. We need to have some cushion. So 3.2 million is the number that staff is recommending for the budget shortfall to be fixed.
Andrew,
Okay,
sorry,
thank
once again, I just wanted to remind members of the public if they can please mute their phones. We're getting a lot of feedback in the background. So members of the public, once again, if you can please mute your phones. There's a lot of
We have
feedback
the
in
phones
background.
muted. You guys need to pay attention to the noise you're making.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't believe you're muted.
I had just unmuted it.
Oh my God.
Okay, so moving on with some of the questions that I have. So you've indicated that we have a $3.2 million shortfall in this year's budget, and you actually mentioned 4 reasons on page 1 of your report for that being the case. One of them is the election expense, which is calculated at 1.2 million. Is that accurate?
It was approximately 1.1 million that the board, that was the estimate about a year ago. However, we've since learned from the county registrar of voters that the election expense is not going to be approximately 1.1 million. It's going to be 2.2 million. So,
2.2 million. Okay.
Does that answer your
And
question?
when was Central Basin notified of this?
I don't believe that we received any information per se. It was more just published articles that the costs of elections were increasing. And so late last year, and then we went to the Finance Committee in early 2020 is when the district found this information and then reported it to the board.
Has any staff member made an effort to contact the county to get a raw number? I know that the county will or does work with other local government entities, and they actually give in writing their projected election expense. Is there a reason why that hasn't been done by? In fact, who is the person that oversees that function at Central Basin? What staff member?
Well, just to clear up some of the premise of your question, that the district staff did contact the registrar of voters, and they mentioned they had a calculator, an election calculator online.
Okay.
And so we went to that election calculator late last year, and it plugged in the information related to Central Basin, the amount of registered voters, and what the cost of the elections would be, and that is that $2.2 million. I just called the registrar myself late last week, in fact on Friday, and that election calculator will not be updated until approximately July or August. So this is the most recent information that we have, and it's all based on the county registrar's election calculator.
Okay. And what staff member oversees this function?
That would be myself, Director Cecilia.
Okay. So you've been in communication with the county regarding the election?
Yes, so I was actually on the call that Andrew mentioned when we contacted the the county registrar recorder's office, and they led us to their website where there is that calculator which we use.
Yeah, would you give us a little bit of background in terms of how, what your role is in the election process and in submitting to the finance department the expenses for the election?
Sure, Director. So anytime we have an election year, we work with the county, whether we email them or call them, letting them know how many divisions we have up for election. And before, they would provide us the numbers, but this year it's been done a little different where they have a calculator. So they, again, told us to go on the website, use the calculator, and then this way we'd have an estimate as to how much our election cost would be. Therefore, during our budget process, those are the numbers that we use to calculate what this particular election, for example, would cost us. And we submit it to the finance department as part of our budget. Also part of the election process, as you'll see later on in the agenda, is a resolution that needs to be submitted to the Board of Supervisors so that they can authorize the Registrar Recorder's Office to render the election services this year. So it's a matter of budgeting, processing this resolution, posting a notice for election, things of that sort.
Okay, thank you. So when you say we, you and Andrew have been responsible for this function?
No, it's always been, I believe, the Director of Admin and Board Services, but I've been getting help from Andrew, so we've been working together as far as budget.
Okay, excellent. So we're projecting that cost to be 2.2 million.
Wow.
Is that what that is?
Yes, that's the number that we got off of the calculator that the county has on their website.
Okay, because the report that you've given us here on page 1, it says the cost is 1.2 million. So can you guys just give me some clarification on what the actual number is?
Where are you seeing that 1.2 million?
On page 1 of the Central Basin Board meeting agenda dated for June 22nd today, page 1, it actually gives 4 reasons why the budget, why we have this shortfall in the budget. And one of them says that it's the election expense, and the election expense is 1.2 million.
No, it says 1.2 million. If I'm looking at the right page, it's page 1 of the memo. It says at the very bottom, page 1. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
It says 1.2 million unfavorable change.
Unfavorable. Okay.
Unfavorable change. So previously it was approximately 1 million, rounded probably to 1.5. And it's gone from that 1 million to about, rounded to about 2.2.
Okay.
So the change
so the additional, right, so the 1.2 had already been in the budget. So this 1.2 is the difference.
It was 1.0, rounded to maybe 1.1, correct.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Now, the second reason that you note for the budget shortfall is the recycled water revenues.
Mm-hmm.
Would you talk a little bit about that? Or if we can have the water resources manager talk a little bit about who's purchasing less water. We haven't had a water resources committee because it's been canceled by someone. We have not been notified. So we have not received a report about who's buying how much water. So if we can have Ms. Kierlicki give us a report about the decline and what purveyors have reduced their recycled water usage.
Right. Good morning, Director. So that information is included in the board packet. There is a report on the water demand. It's under the consent calendar, the normal standard water supply and resources update. And just in brief summary, everybody is still purchasing the recycled water. It has just been a decline pretty much across the board on a lot of folks, and due to the weather has a lot to do with it. Typically in the hot summer months, we see an increase in recycled water. So it's just a little bit of a low period during the last few months.
So we've experienced a decline in the recycled water revenues because of the decline in usage.
Correct.
Okay. So, all right. So then the third reason you give for the budget shortfall is the legal expenses.
Yes.
What is the annual budget for the legal expenses? For legal, what do you have budgeted annually?
So in the prior year, it was $270,000 in the 5-year financial forecast or financial plan. We thought it would be $300,000 for this draft budget in that same period. And we also had many discussions on this. And with the increased deductible, with the addition of numerous additional lawsuits that have been filed against the district, it increased about $500,000 from that 300,000 to 800,000 in the draft budget.
Okay. So, so you mentioned that there's an increase in lawsuits against the district. And on several occasions, I have actually requested that the board secretary add the lawsuits to the agenda so that the board can be aware and have a discussion about pending litigation. And my requests have been ignored. And so I'm asking you or any staff member, if you can please list for the public to know and for the entire board to know, what litigation do we have pending that is requiring this this budget that we're being presented for legal? Is the Human Resources Director? Yes. Is the Human Resources Director on the line? Mr. Hamilton, can you answer that question?
Some of them are.
I'm on the line. I was on mute. Sorry.
Okay.
So you want to know how many lawsuits we have pending?
Well, I would like to, if you could identify them, yeah, because I have requested on various occasions that that the board secretary place all of the litigation on the agenda so that the board can be aware of what the pending litigation is. And my requests have gone ignored. And while we are being asked to approve a budget for legal expenses, I believe it's really necessary for the board to understand what litigation, what the existing litigation is. So yes, if you can please tell us what litigation is before the agency.
Mr. President, if I may, and the director can answer that question. However, I think that pending litigation and details of those issues are matters that need to be considered in closed session and not necessarily for the consumption of the public.
No, I agree with you, sir. But I do, there has to be knowledge of at least the case and the case number. I'm not asking for details. Yeah, I would just like to know, to my knowledge, there are 2 lawsuits pending. One of them is the lawsuit around the meter charge by a couple of the cities and purveyors. The other pending lawsuit against the agency is the one that where several of the purveyors are demanding that we install Mr. Apodaca as the president. And then there's another lawsuit by the former general manager of Central Basin. And so to my knowledge, this is the only pending litigation before the board. However, in a board agenda that was published for the public in February this year, there was an item on the agenda that stated that there were 10 lawsuits and claims pending before the agency. And so because I only am aware of 3, I would like to know if in fact there are another 7, and if they are, what those are, so that we can properly schedule an agenda and a meeting so that we can discuss and address these matters.
I agree.
And
Yeah,
also
we should have a closed session. So you're correct. So from the February meeting, these are just rolled over from the February meeting.
Okay. So, Madam Human Resources Director, were you served with 7 additional lawsuits that we're unaware of?
Okay. No, they're not lawsuits. No.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to make sure. I mean, I'm not asking you for details. I just want to know if they're lawsuits, because that's what the report said. So to my knowledge,
We do have general counsel on the line.
Okay. Mr. General Counsel, do you have a comment about that?
Mr. President, if I may, matter of order, please. Mr. President Apodaca?
Yes.
This should have been said on the outset, with all due respect, Mr. Apodaca, President and members of the board, we do not have a general counsel at the time being. So it may, if we get comments, it may have some complications in the future for the decisions that are being made here today. So what I suggest is for us to have a discussion, but not seek any input, please, because we do not have a general counsel.
For the sake of peace, sir, I agree. Let's go ahead and move on. I just want to understand how many cases are pending. That way we can properly make the adjustments in the budget as the budget is discussed, so that those issues, so that the funding is available to address those issues. The next one
I'd like to make a comment real fast before you move off of the litigation. I just want for clarification, this is Director Camacho Rodriguez. I want for clarification if staff has permission to receive any litigation document on my behalf. I did not sign any consent to have staff receive something in my name and then not report it back to me. So I just need clarification from staff. What is your process for accepting on my behalf?
Hello?
I just asked a question. So the question to staff is, do you have legal rights or permission to accept litigation on my behalf and then not give it to me?
This is Andrew Hamilton, and I think what's difficult is that usually the general manager would speak in, and so we don't have a general manager, and so if you just ask a question to staff, a lot of times it's unknown who you're asking it to. So if you can help us.
Cecilia Pulido is our board secretary, and Naja Bradock is our human resource director. So and I'm asking directly to our board secretary and to our human resource department. Do you have permission to accept documents, legal documents, on my behalf and then not serve them to me? So if there's a code, an admin code, a law, I would like either of you to please address the board with that answer, because we have not been able to successfully hold a meeting to discuss litigation. And I think it's an excellent point that Director Vasquez is making, that we are being asked to vote on a budget of legal money for litigation, that when we have not been able to successfully have either, and I'm talking about the board secretary, put this on the agenda so that we could have a clear picture of what was being served to you as the board secretary or to Director Braydock from the Human Resources. So there have been documents that have been served to both or either of you. And so those documents need to be clearly identified, and you need to have proof that you've actually given those documents to us, the board members, but I'll speak for myself personally.
Whenever I receive legal documents, this is Naja, I send those to Cecilia Polito to distribute.
And this is Cecilia, directors, and any legal documents that we've received, we forward them to you via email. And Director Camacho, you've requested hard copies, so we've sent you those as well. But anything we've received, we forwarded to the board members via email.
That's okay though, huh? Somewhat. President Apodaca, if I may, just to clarify the issue, Ms. Polito and Naja, you can answer this. The place of business for the directors is listed as the Central Basin headquarters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if anyone wants to file a lawsuit or bring in a claim, they will address it to the address of the headquarters, and that's how they serve the documents. At least that's how I've seen it done in the past. Correct?
Mr. Huey, just to correct you, Ms. Don Alshire served documents and threw them on my porch, so that is not accurate. So for Don Alshire, that's the litigation you're a part of with the purveyors, they threw a packet on my porch, and then another packet they served to my neighbor. So that is not correct. So just for being professional, maybe you should not make comments, because I'm not asking for your clarification. Thank you.
Ms. Polito, if I may continue, the lawsuits that are filed, generally speaking, at least one copy. If they are served other copies, that's a matter of which lawsuit. But generally speaking, at least one copy is being served to the district headquarters. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those are the ones that I have seen you distributing via email, because I have been receiving those. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right, thank you.
Can we proceed with the discussion around the budget, please? So the last item on the budget agenda that is cited as the reason for the $3.2 million shortfall is the Rio Hondo lease expense, which went from, I believe it was, what was the original expense, Andrew?
So that expense was originally approximately $200,000. I can pull it up as we get there.
Okay. So it was approximately 200,000, and now it's the change is 300, so it's gone up to about 500 and something thousand. Okay, so those are the four reasons for the shortfall in the budget, and it looks like here it's approximately, the budget shortfall is approximately $3.2 million.
Correct.
And I see here that the various
You broke up. Could you say that again?
Oh, that the budget shortfall is $3.2 million approximately.
Mm-hmm.
That's our shortfall.
Correct.
Based on those four items that you mentioned, that are creating this.
There's other items included, but those are the main drivers.
Okay. So, and we have on page 6, we have basically the expenses for each department, and this is page 6 of the agenda. And it says administration and board services, 2.8 million. The finance department's budget is $915,000. The human resources department is 1.2 million. Legal expenses are $800,000. And then we have the interest expense, which is 2.1 million. External affairs, you're proposing 0 in that department because that department has basically been eliminated. The water resources and grant department, the budget that particular department has submitted is $896,000. The IT department, we have an $812,000 budget. And then in the engineering department, we have a $3.2 million budget that was submitted by the department head.
Right.
So we have a total of $12.9 million operating budget, and we have a shortfall of $3.2 million. So, all right. So just in terms of the presentation that you did, because you know, how long were you or have been doing the finances? When were you hired by Central Basin?
In December of 2017.
So 2017?
Correct.
Okay, and you've been, how many years has it been that you have proposed these budgets?
It would be the 18, 19, and 20, so 3. This is the third one.
So 3 years, okay. So let's look at page 12, which is slide number 7 under declining revenue. Obviously, this budget, you know, you don't make recommendations for cuts. What are your recommendations, and what have your recommendations been to address the declining reserve balances?
So generally, I think that's the role of the general manager. You know, the general manager is the one who suggests different cuts. That's what has historically happened in the past. So, you know, that's not the role that I have.
Okay. So what recommendation do you make in this particular instance? You're being asked. I mean, in my experience with public entities, the finance directors have always weighed in on the budget and brought forth ideas to balance the budget and address issues of declining reserves, address financial issues of the agency. So with respect to the declining reserve, what are your recommendations?
So that's a great question, and I think I hope you can see that you're this is kind of a comfortable position. For example, say if I were to recommend staff cuts, you know, I'm not the boss over just my department, and so if you're those kind of recommendations and things, that's the role of the general manager. Raising rates would be another option. There's all sorts of options, and those are again something that the general manager has a contract. Is the boss over the entire agency's employees, and that's something that.
That's her question. No one said it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can just tell them. I would imagine we have all of that.
If we ask someone to mute their
People
phone.
that have access to WWW. All you have to do
You
is
do
go
need
to
a
the
WWW.
website.
The website, yeah. That's basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
do you want me-
Gentlemen, for the gentlemen that are speaking in the background, we can hear your conversation. If you can please mute your phone. Thank you.
So,
For example,
so
I don't have a long-term contract. I'm an at-will employee. So, you know, some of the things that usually the general manager is able to recommend, you know, they have that stability and they're the boss, like I've mentioned, over all the employees of the district. So usually what happens is I do make recommendations, but they're to him or her, depending on who it is, and they're the one that makes the final decision. So
Yeah, if I can ask that you make a recommendation on how this issue of the $3.2 million can be addressed by this board.
I think I've already addressed that pretty in depth. So if there's due to the lack of a general manager, that has tied many hands at the district, and it's continuing to tie my hands.
Wow.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move forward with the
Tie his hands to set the
here.
place down.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move forward, Mr. Hamilton, with the other
Yeah.
questions I have.
So
On page 12, slide number 8, it says here that it talks about the historical revenue for Central Basin. Can you talk a little bit more about what your recommendations have been with respect to the continued decline in revenue? To the former general manager, if you've made recommendations on how the revenue shortfall has, how we can address the revenue shortfall?
So you're asking another question that usually the deliberations behind, that staff has. Those are ones that that are not subject to public records, and it's a conversation that, again, staff makes in our office. So we unify our recommendation and bring that to the board, and the general manager is the one that makes those presentations and recommendations. So again, in the absence of the general manager, those conversations that have happened in the past, it's the role of the general manager to come out and make that final recommendation.
Okay, so now on page 13, where it says wholesale water rates, I do want to talk a little bit about the water rate structures, also that other agencies have adopted. Do you find that the water rate structures that Central Basin has adopted are equitable to those water rate structures that have been adopted by neighboring water agencies like the West Basin Municipal Water District, the Upper San Luis Municipal Water District? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, some of the historic, if you look at some of our sister agencies, like West Basin, like MODOC, you'll see they've shifted a little earlier than us to more of a fixed revenue model. The district did a slight move to that, and we do have that fixed charge of $117, as you can see on that slide. However, as it relates to, and those are all on Met connections too, but truly went to more of a fixed model when we implemented the fixed charge per retail meter. That was the $2 per meter, per retail meter. You can see some of our, like I said, sister agencies have gone more to a fixed revenue model. That was done at least probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. And as it relates to all users, we just recently did that for a small amount of our overall revenue, $627,000 or so.
Right. And that's the same meter charge that Central Basin is currently being sued about, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that meter charge has been imposed at what other water agency?
I don't know if it's exactly that same charge, but as it relates to fixed revenue, the West Basin and MODOC, there's many other agencies. Met even did a study, I think, 10 years ago that had a very in-depth analysis on this, and many wholesale water agencies are moving more from a variable revenue source to a fixed revenue source, and that provides more stability to those agencies.
Right. And why was that necessary for those agencies to implement? Do you know?
There's many reasons for that. It's mostly the decline of variable revenue. Could be conservation. There's a mandate the governor made in, I believe, 2016 that mandated conservation. There's more efficiencies that are being there's more efficient every time the district, including Central Basin and other districts, spend money on conservation, that declines water revenues. That could be Metropolitan and their turf rebate. That can be aerators and sinks. It can be low flush toilets. Every single time conservation dollars are spent to reduce water sales, or to reduce water consumption rather, it has an effect on water revenues.
Andrew?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I believe Director Chacon and Director Hawkins have been disconnected.
Accidentally.
Oh, Jesus.
Director Chacon and Director Hawkins, are you on the line? Okay, we do not have them on the line. Give me 1 second while I try reaching them to see if they can connect.
Okay. Yeah, and Andrew, just one of the reasons why I'm asking these questions is because, Central Basin is not unique in the region, and the fiscal, shortfalls that we've been faced with are not exclusive to this agency. And many water agencies have been impacted by the loss of water sales, and some of them have done what was suggested here, and that was to impose these fixed meter charges to create more stable revenue sources for the agencies. So I just felt that, it's really important to note that. And I'll go ahead and wait until my colleagues are on the line to move forward.
I'm seeing a few people came on the phone call.
Director Chacon or Director Hawkins, are you on the line? Director Chacon, Director Hawkins? Once again, checking for Director Chacon and Director Hawkins. And then just to confirm that we have other directors on the line, Director Vasquez, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Director Aridi, are you still there?
Present.
Director Oscui?
I'm here.
Director Camacho Rodriguez? Director Camacho Rodriguez? Director Apodaca?
Here.
Okay, so I believe we have 3 directors that are not connected. So we may have.
They're trying to connect.
Cecilia? Hello,
Yes.
Cecilia? Hello. Yeah, this
Yes.
is Sharon. I have Director Chacon on the line. He said he's trying to, he's on the line, but he's trying to get in there. If we can see if Director Chacon is on the line, he's on the other phone. and he told me that he's trying to get in.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just got a message from Director Camacho Rodriguez, who's also trying to get in.
Okay. So 1 second while we reconnect the directors, please. Because at the moment, we only have 4 directors on the line.
Cecilia, can you hear me?
Yes, Director Hawkins.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, and is Director Chacon on the line?
No,
Okay, I don't
I
believe
think
the
we're
director-
separate now.
Okay, and Director Camacho Rodriguez, are you on the line? Okay, not yet. So we need, at this time now, we have 5 directors on the line? Okay.
Yeah, she's telling me that she's trying to get in, but she can't get in. But what's
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Director Chacon, we have you back on the line.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay. And I will text Director Camacho the call and information once again. At this time, we have a quorum again.
Cecilia,
Yes.
I am in the meeting.
Okay, noted, Director.
Whoever's
So we
running
have,
the Zoom needs to go ahead and stop playing games and cutting us off.
That's terrible.
Okay, so, moving forward, the other part.
Cecilia, do we have Director Phil Hawkins on the line?
yes, Director,
Yes,
he's on the line.
I'm on the line.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So, okay, so I do want to go ahead and move, forward with, just another item that has been discussed, that is considered a challenge with our budget. Is on page 15, we have, the pension liability, that has been, really an issue, not just with Central Basin, but with many government entities, local government, school districts, so forth and so on across the state. Mr. Hamilton, with respect to the pension liabilities, what are some of the things that we can do to moving forward to reduce this this liability on the district? As the finance director, what are some recommendations?
No, that's a great question. So, some of the things that can be done are to, the best way to do it is to try to take monies from either rates or reserves and to pay down the outstanding debt and further funding it. There's other entities, states that have made payments and paid down their reserves. So, it's an important thing to.
Clegg.
To have that financial prosperity, and the best way to do that is to pay down the cost.
Okay, so currently our annual pension liability is how much?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What is that?
How much is our current annual pension liability?
So, the annual payment that we make?
The annual pension liability.
Yeah, the annual, there's not an annual liability, but there's an annual payment that we make, and the annual payment is, in this fiscal year, the one that the just there's a week left. That payment was $430,000. And in the schedule for this fiscal year draft budget that's being presented, it's 503. It's going up about 70,000 a year until it hits about $700,000 in fiscal 2025. So.
Okay. Okay, so some of the ways that we can reduce this liability on the district is, I mean, obviously, reduction of staff, right? I mean, what does this payment go towards? It goes towards the payment of what? Medical benefits and retirement benefits for employees, right? Once they retire?
It's just retirement benefits, as in like your salary times the percentage, how many years. It does not include any medical benefits.
Right. So it's just the pension. So, I mean, one of the things that can be done to reduce, even the future liability of this is to really revisit the staffing structure and consider ways to maybe contract out work. Is that something that you think might be helpful?
They're generally new employees who come into the district would be covered under PEPRA. And according to the PEPRA benefits, generally those do not have the huge liabilities that the classic, if you will, the pension law that passed the state of California in 2013. So generally, this is not to pit classic employees, hired prior to 2013 with PEPRA employees that were hired after 2013. But generally, 2013, right? This is generally, this liability that we're looking at is all due to classic employees. There's maybe 100,000 or less that has to do with PEPRA employees. So in general, that pension reform that occurred in 2013, if employees are hired in the future, they have lower benefits and lower liabilities. Some of the changes, as you can see in that, if you look at the little box in there, you can see there's, under the Central Basin column, it's right below the title of the chart. There's 129 employees in the plan, 19 of which were active, 15%, 45 that are transferred, 32 separated, 33 that are retired. So changing the 19 to say 18 or 17, whatever the number may be, even going all the way down to 0, you can see that it's only going to have an impact of at most 15%. More than likely, it might be in the 1 to 2, 3, 4%, depending on what the board adopts.
Right.
Really, this is a historic. This pension liability really is a historic issue, is where I'm going at. And you can see 35% are due to transfers, separated are 25%, and retired 26%. That's not to minimize that there are things that can be done, like you said, but this liability really has to do with the number of employees. It has to do with the past. So going forward in the future, there are opportunities, and again, the PEPRA pension reform that happened in 2013 should help the district going forward. It has. There's many employees that are PEPRA now.
Okay.
Ms. Vasquez, since I was cut off, I really don't know what we're talking about here. Can you bring me up to date?
We were talking about the pension liability on the district, and Mr. Hamilton mentioned that annually this cost has increased, and the current cost for the fiscal year is $503,000, and it'll increase every year until 2025, what's that number for 2025, Mr. Hamilton?
It's $703,000.
$703,000 in 2025. So there's a gradual increase, and until we can either pay down that debt or make other adjustments, including changing our staffing structure to include contract employees so that the agency is not bound to making these sorts of payments. All of that, because, considering all of that would help address some of these increases in costs in the pension liabilities that we have.
Well, you know what? I mean, that contracting sounds very good to me.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Hamilton, who manages our pension? Or I guess I can say ours, because to make it clear, the Central Basin Municipal Water District directors, the board of directors, are not entitled to any pension benefits. So
they should be.
Who is in charge of the employees' pension benefits?
Are you asking who administers the pension plan?
Yes.
That's Nasha, our HR director.
Right, but what's the public entity? Is it,
no, CalPERS. It's CalPERS. CalPERS manages our pension plan.
Oh, okay. And again, the elected directors are not entitled or do not receive any of those benefits. So, okay, so in some, we're not entitled to it. In some, there's a law that says that the elected director is not entitled to it. So how many employees do we have right now, Mr. Hamilton? Full-time and part-time?
I believe it's close to 15, 16 full-time, and we've got interns and part-time. I think about 2 FTEs around that. So
I'm sorry,
17.
I can't hear you.
I believe about 15 full-time and about 2 FTEs, whether they're retirees, retired annuitants, part-time employees. So it's approximately 17, I believe.
Okay. And I do want to note, just as a matter of history, over the past 7 years, Central Basin has had a huge reduction in our staff. 7 years ago, we had a total of 27 employees. Now we looks like we have 15 full-time and 2 part-time employees. And the agency has gone through a tremendous amount of cuts, including for contracting services and engineering services. The agency no longer has a federal lobbyist. The agency no longer has a state lobbyist. The agency no longer has an educational program. The agency no longer has a public affairs department. So as the agency has experienced cuts, the board has made a number of cuts and really keep up with the pace of the declining water cell. At this point, we have a budget shortfall of $3.2 million. And Mr. Hamilton, I guess this will just be my last question to you with respect to that particular issue. Do you have any recommendations on how this budget can be balanced?
Contract the finance.
Excuse me?
Again, the process would be that staff would make recommendations for cuts with the general manager, and the general manager would then be the one to propose those cuts or additional revenue sources to the board, and that would be the process that we've followed in the past.
All right. Well, for the record, the board did on February 24th hire a general manager. Unfortunately, Ms. Hamilton, he refused to accept him as the general manager, and he's not being allowed on. But we will move forward. Hopefully, the July 23rd court hearing will resolve that issue. And again, for the record, Mr. Hamilton, I don't understand why you would refuse to accept that general manager when 4 members of the board voted for it, and yet you're running this agency with 1 board member. But let's go ahead and move forward with this. I don't know if we have any other directors that have questions about this.
Director Vasquez, I recommend maybe if we're gonna have to do any cuts, we go with department heads.
Chop, chop.
And then, you know, for just for the record, I didn't know we had brought Pacifica back because I know we have few engineers and, you know, I don't even know if we have one project.
Director, this is Jackie Kuntz. I just want to make it clear for the record that we have not brought Pacifica back.
Yeah, but the reason I'm saying that is because how many engineers do we have, Jackie?
We have myself in the engineering department, and we have Aaron Maciel. In addition to that, we have Donald, and we have Michael, and we have Bob McVicker.
Okay, that's why I brought it up, because if we don't have a project, then there's no need for those positions.
Correct.
Director, of the department heads that can give us a little bit of feedback on the budgets that they proposed and how there could be additional cutbacks in each of the departments?
President Apodaca, if I may.
Yes.
President Apodaca, we were supposed to get the questions and feedback from each council member, from each board member, and we started with Director Hawkins. I believe Director Vasquez has just finished her questions. I think we should move forward to get the questions from the other directors we haven't heard from, and then we can have a discussion about the entire item.
Fair enough.
I agree.
I believe we had skipped over Director Rigi. Not sure if he has any questions.
Yes, thank you. As far as water sales go, you can't force producers to take more water. We're not going to sell any more replenishment water, so that's a foregone. The delta between Tier 1 treated and pumped water is $835. If purveyors have the ability to pump water as opposed to taking Tier 1, they're going to do that and save approximately $835. But conservation didn't help. It hinders our sales. In the heyday, we were selling a lot of water. Conservation has hindered that. We're selling less water. Legal. Anyone can sue, and they have, and we have to bear that expense to defend the district. Election expenses. The county is going to try and push off revenue expenses to the agency looking for the service. The county is in a world of hurt like all the other agencies in the county. And if they can push off the expenses to other agencies rather than the general fund, they will do that. And I'm sure all the other agencies will bear the cost of election expenses going forward. Insurance, the premiums are based on claims that are paid out. I'm sure that we've had our fair share of claims that had to be paid out by previous insurance entities. And therefore, the new premiums are based on claims paid out. The building that we are occupying, we should have sold that a long time ago and downsized to something more manageable that costs less to operate and maintain, and something that a more smaller facility to accommodate our needs. And we need to look at memberships. Do we need to be a member of the entities that we belong to? Are they rendering service to us? Perhaps maybe we can suspend those for the time being and look at re-upping memberships to agencies and outside entities that we belong to. Those are some of the things that we could look at going forward. We need to tighten the belt. We need to try and get to a point to where the district is in a healthy situation. Those are my comments. Head up.
If I may, we did reduce memberships in the current year budget. The two most notable memberships that the staff has proposed has to do with both our health insurance. We have to maintain an Aqua membership for health insurance, number one, and number two is the CSDA, that I believe we need to have that insurance for our workers' comp insurance covered. That membership with CSDA for our workers' comp insurance. Other than that, I think most of the memberships that remain in the budget are extremely small, whether it's for my department, the GFOA, which is approximately $100 or $200. I think the most notable one was the Urban Water Institute. I don't believe we've budgeted for that going forward.
Andrew, I did request a copy of a line item budget for each department. Do you anticipate ever giving me that?
I have provided that. I have provided that in the past. The budget was just finalized last week with budget inputs and revisions. So.
Yeah, I'm making it right now, babe.
Yeah, well, when I mean line item budget, I will give you an example just to make sure that that my request is crystal clear. So, say for instance, the Information Technology Department has an approximate budget of $900,000. That's just approximate. I'd like to know exactly line item by line item where every dollar it goes. So if I would like to request that for the recommended budget for each department.
Right, and like you requested that for the current year budget, and we provided that. Like I said, we just got this one done, and I'd be happy to send it over to you.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned past. I have never received anything about past line item budget, but let's move beyond that. I would like to get a copy of your current proposed budget and each department line item by line item.
I would like that copy as well. Thank you. This is Camacho Rodriguez.
Andrew, just for the record, I would like a copy of the WQ PP pump station if we were making or losing money, please.
Okay.
Director Apodaca, I believe you have 4 members that have already made comments. You have yourself, Director Oscutia, and Director Camacho Rodriguez pending.
Anya?
Okay.
Oh, as soon as I get out of it, I'm on a, we call those cyber meetings on my cell phone, so I can't take it right now. As soon as the meeting's over, I'll take the invitation. Okay.
Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Yes, so you currently have Director Camacho Rodriguez, yourself, and Director Oscutia pending for any questions they may have regarding the budget.
Have Ms. Rodriguez make her comments if she has any.
Director Camacho Rodriguez.
Yes. I think just for the sake of clarity, because we have a lot of our constituents on the phone listening, if we could clarify, since on page 17, we have slide number 17, where it says the expenditure summary. So we have a total operating expenses of $10.4 million for the fiscal year 2020 adopted budget. So one of the questions that one of our constituents asked is, what is our total budget? Like how much money, so it's like we want to explain it in layman's terms so people understand. How much money do we have to spend? And then we're telling them that 10.4 million is what we use of our total. What is the total amount?
So there's lots of ways to measure a budget. It can be the expenses, it can be the revenues, it can be the expenses plus capital projects. So if you look at that slide, our expense budget in the draft 21 budget is 12.9 million. The next page, if you want to do
Andrew,
total expenditures.
I think the question from our audience is, how much money do we have? Because we make a budget and then we're saying that we are in the deficit. So if I have $15 million and my operating budget is 10 million, so then there's a difference of dollars. So we need to explain this so that our community, our 2.4 million people, you know, can understand that when we talk about money, how much money do we have? So do we have, you know, 15 million, 30 million, and of those 30 million, 15 million, you know, our operating expenses are 10 million for 2020. What is the exact dollar that we have for 2021? And then we're saying we have a 12.9 million operating expense. So we need that to be clear to our community. We are responsible to our community, and it is our fiduciary duty to be transparent. So the community wants to know, how much money do we have that we are spending from, and then we itemize those expenses. So that's question one. Question two, if you make percentages and you made a pie chart, I'm looking at page 18, it's slide 19. So on the pie chart, previously we had stated that legal was 400% of our budget, and now we're saying it's 6% on page 18, and it's slide 19. So if you cut the pie up and then you go back and look at the numbers on page 17, which is slide 17, where we add up the total of operating expenses, and it's 10.4 million for 2020. I don't know if these percents are a reflection of those numbers, because there's no reference point of what the total budget is to get that. So I think that our community deserves to have that transparency. So when we do the pie chart, we're saying expenditure summaries fiscal year 2021. What is the actual dollars that we have, so that the community can understand how we got the percentages? So I would like to know what is the actual amount of money that we have, and then we're saying we're going to take $10.4 million from that pot. So what is that amount?
Sure. So if you go to slide, it's page 20, page 24 of the PDF, and it's slide 23 to answer your first question. This is the overall budget summary. The revenues for the 2021 draft budget, we've included 10.7 million of revenue, 12.9 million of expenses, and the principal and capital is 962,000. That leaves us with a budget deficit of 3.2 million, rounded up. Now you asked about the cash that the district has on slide 7. That is $9.3 million. So we have cash in the bank. So if the budget were to stay exactly as drafted, that $3.2 million deficit would eat into our reserves of 9.3 million. So at the end of the day, the reserves would be 6.1 million at the end of fiscal 2020-21. 2021. Does that answer your first question?
So then, what did you say was the number for our revenues? You said that was 11 million point six, and then you add 7, which would bring it closer to 20 million. Is that correct?
If you look at slide 23, it's on page.
Andrew?
Yes.
Sorry, I believe Director Vasquez is having difficulty hearing the conversation. I was wondering if we can just confirm if we have her on. I believe she may be back on. Director Vasquez, are you there?
Hello?
Director Vasquez? Okay.
If
We're
you look
good
at,
to go, Andrew.
thank you. Physical page 20, PDF page 24, slide number 23. Those are the numbers for the fiscal 2021 draft budget. It's the far right column. 10.7 million in revenues, 12.9 million of expenses, 963,000 of capital.
Andrew, I'm going to stop you for a second. So if we are on page 20 of the agenda, and I am looking at slide 23, I have for the fiscal year 2020 adopted budget. For revenue, I have 11.6. For expenses, I have 10.4. For principal and capital, I have 1 million. So those aren't the same numbers you're telling me.
That's the first column. That's the budget for the year that we're in right now. We have 1 week remaining. If you go to the right
but
column.
I think the question that I'm asking is this, that our claim is that we have for 2020 a total operating budget of $11.6 million. My question is, how much do we have? And then we're saying of what we have, this is what we're spending. So if
Can I ask a clarifying question? When you say how much we have, is it how much revenue, expenses, expenditures, cash, reserves, budget surplus, DCR? What's the, how much, what do we have?
Okay, so you didn't mention the 7 million cash. So we have 7 million in cash. Is that correct?
Our unrestricted cash reserves is currently at 9.3 million.
So we have 9.3 million. And then
As of the end of May.
And then revenue, am I correct to say that we have 11.6 million?
That was the prior year's budget.
This is what we're in right now, 2020, Andrew. I'm talking just now. So
Correct.
if I add up those two numbers, I have 20 million, almost 21 million.
If you add the unrestricted cash reserves and the revenue figures, yes.
We have 20.9 million, which is almost $21 million. Okay, so because we are transparent and we are explaining to our community as a public agency what we have in dollars, so that's just two snippets of what we have. There's more, but the minimum that we can say is 21 million. So when we're looking at what we have, and then we're saying this is what we're going to spend of what we have, we need to be clear to the public, because when you're talking about deficits, there's an assumption that if I have a budget of 11.6 and I'm deficient $3 million, that we're in the red. But we're not telling people that we have $20 million and that our budget of the 20 million is 11 million .6. So I just need it to be clear.
Just to clarify, if you add the unrestricted reserves that we have currently right now of 9.3 million, and then you add the budgeted amount of revenue from last year, 11.7 million, that number would be close to the 21 million that you mentioned. But we don't collect all our revenue all at once and just hold on to that money. As we collect revenue, the $11.7 million that you mentioned for the fiscal 2020 budget, we also pay out expenses and capital. So the reserves for the year have ranged between, I'm going to say, $7.8 million and about that $9.5 million. Never did we have a cash balance of $21 million or $20.9 because as we collect the revenue, that then pays for the expenses, whether it's water, salaries, board services, all the different departments, capital, debt service. So we never had in this fiscal year that we're currently in anywhere near 21 million. The most we had was $9.5 or $9.8 million because the revenues are always being offset by the expenses. So if you were to say, again, that $21 million is not a number of cash that we have.
Oh,
does that make sense?
okay. I'll get it right now. Okay. Thank you.
I think it needed to make sense to our community. And I needed to make sense because as people are navigating these charts, they should be able to see those items. So we're talking about.
I am well. How are you doing? Happy belated Father's Day.
Can you tell Mr. Skewy to mute himself?
It is. Yes.
So.
No, I
Please, I'm sitting in an office all by myself and I have been muted. Please.
To the gentleman that is speaking in the background, if you can please mute your phone, we can hear your background or your conversation.
My apologies.
Not sure who that. Okay, thank you.
So,
in addition, we publish every month, and included in this board packet is the treasurer's report, which shows the district's cash reserves, unrestricted and restricted. And as I mentioned, it's ranged anywhere from, I believe, $7.8 million off the top of my head to about $9.8 million in the current fiscal year. So I would encourage the community to review those board reports. It's in every month's board packet.
So Andrew, I think
would you
Please,
telling us what the restricted cash?
He doesn't know how to operate his phone.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
What is the restricted cash amount that we have at hand?
So that is agenda item, bear with me as I go down there. I believe that is item 14D. And if the restricted cash amount is 6 rounded to $6.5 million.
So it's approximately 6.5 million, and that's the restricted cash amount. And that's the money, that's the special restricted account that was created by the Central Basin board that we call the lockbox, right?
That's a component of it.
Yeah.
But the largest component is bond reserves. Those make up $4.5 million. Those are monies that we really never will see. Those are there for to ensure payment, if you will, of our bonds. So part of the requirements when we've issued debt in the past is to have a reserve in case the district were to default or have problems, financial problems. These monies would be then used to pay off those debts. Usually those stick around until the last payment, and the last payment is made from those. And I believe those bonds are somewhere out in the 20, 40 kind of range. So that money won't be touched for a very long time.
Right. So the restricted cash flow is 6.5 million, and then the unrestricted cash flow is approximately 9.3 million. And
Correct.
you mentioned that the $4.5 million bond reserve, is that a separate flow of cash, or is that a part of the restricted cash reserve?
That's a component of the restricted cash reserves. The other about 2 million, 2.1 is the lockbox that you mentioned, and a significant component of that is the vehicle. Again, our bond documents, indenture, if you will, require our standby charge to be collected for debt service payments. This is to ensure, again, that that money of approximately 2 million will go, the majority of that will go toward debt service, which is due August 1st.
Right. Okay, understood. So again, we have approximately 9.3 million in unrestricted reserves, and we have approximately 6.5 million in restricted reserves. Okay, thank you.
Directors, if I may quickly, I just want to make sure we still have all directors on the line. So I'll briefly do a roll call. Director Chacon?
Then if you could get that information over the phone, because this meeting is going to go on.
Director Chacon, are you on the line?
Yeah, that was just a scare.
Okay, Director Riki?
Here.
Director Hawkins?
Here.
Director Stewie?
Yes.
Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Present.
And Director Apodaca?
Present.
Okay, just making sure you were all still on the line. Thank you.
So Andrew, just real quick, so restricted and unrestricted, we have total of 16.8 million. And could you list other money that we have, including assets?
Yeah, if you look at the CAFR for the last fiscal year, it will have all the assets and liabilities listed in that.
Can you make
That was something the board, that was a document the board adopted at the December, I believe it was the 23rd meeting.
Can you mention the page where it lists that information?
Sure. On the agenda report, it is page.
Yeah.
133 marked on the physical page. It's page 137 of the PDF.
We do need more.
That is the balance sheet. There's also another statement. You really need to look at all the financial statements together as a whole. The next page is page 134. It's page 138 of the PDF. That's our income statement. Is the layman's term. It's for government. It's called statements of revenues, expenses, and change in net position. That's the second of three statements. Then the third statement is the statement of cash flows, and that's on the subsequent page, which is 135 of at the bottom of the printed copy, and 139 of the PDF. I think you also had a question about the pie charts, Director Camacho Rodriguez. That's on page 5 of the memo. And so you can see the expenditure summary for fiscal 2020. Some of those components were a little higher than what are current. So if you compare 2020 to 2021, the recycled operations was at 36% last year in this fiscal year, which has one week left. Compared to the draft budget, it's 34%, so it's gone down about 2%. Interest went from 19% in the prior year budget that the board adopted to this draft budget is 16%. Wages went from 18% to 13%. And the other large item is election expenses went from 5% to up to 12%. So the reason why some of the other numbers have gone down for recycled operations, interest, and wages is because of the large amount of election expenses that are in, the draft fiscal year 2021 budget. So you have a comparison of that on page 5. And it's page 9 of the PDF for the public to view. Does that answer all your questions?
Yes, so then going back to what was suggested as a certified public accountant, being paid with public dollars, you have a fiduciary duty to give some recommendations, and I'd like to hear those recommendations.
So I've addressed that question already. And I really don't have anything more to say. Oh, Jesus Christ.
If you don't mind, please repeat it again, Andrew, because sometimes stories change.
Jesus. Like I've said with Director Vasquez, the board, the general manager position confers with staff. Those are confidential discussions. The general manager then proposes a budget along with revisions and changes to that budget. This budget is one that I'm presenting as all those departments.
Can I ask a question in between your comments right now? So my understanding is that each director of every department at Central Basin has to propose a budget, and they send that budget to you. So that's staff generated. That staff generated budget, that dollar amount goes to you, and so you put and crunch all those numbers together to make a picture. So
Correct.
can you continue on with that, please?
So, as you said, each department proposes its budget. We combine those budgets into one document. That document is what you see summaries of. And in the past, whether there's additions to revenue, cuts in expenditures, cuts in capital, different revenue sources, all those things are staff-led conversations with a general manager who leads those discussions. And without a general manager, we haven't had those discussions this year. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Andrew, I know you keep repeating that we don't have a general manager, but yes, we do. Okay, so can you answer me who ordered you to shut down the building if we don't have a general manager?
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. President, if I may, we are on the topic of the budget.
Hold on, Ayatollah. I asked you a question.
We should stay focused on the budget.
I'm asking, who's that person on the line? That's not a director.
That was me, Bob, who asked the question, Arthur Cohn.
Oh, okay.
Has nothing to do with the budget. Move on.
Mr. President, we are on the item with regards to the budget. You have asked input from the members of the board, and I think we've heard everyone, with the exception of yourself and mine.
Well, for the remnants of time, I concur, and you should continue your recommendations.
Is Director Rodriguez, has she completed her questions or comments? She done?
Just for the final note, so staff makes recommendations about budget
And that's how we end up with all these beautiful pie charts and, you know, these numbers that are listed as, you know, current budget and then forecasted budget. So those numbers are generated by staff. And so I'm just curious about the conversations that are happening or maybe not happening regarding dollars. If when we come to the table, nobody knows how we got here and what do we need to do to make some changes. So my understanding from our chief financial officer, who is a certified public accountant, that it is his duty to make recommendations. That is his job. That is your job, Andrew. So I would appreciate, out of the sake of your profession, that as we put and crunch numbers together and want to put it before the date for a vote, that you would make some recommendations. My understanding is you don't need to have a general manager to tell you how to do your job. You're the expert of your domain. So my guess is you have some recommendations. And as a certified public accountant looking at numbers, I'm sure something's coming to mind. It is just your preference to not say it.
So every year, to expand on that a little bit, you said you weren't sure where we came from, where the information came from. The information does come from all of the departments. So I'm very confident I know where the information came from, but as it relates to I'll just reference back to the administrative code, which is the law for the district under section 1.3, and I could provide you other additional quotes. It says the general manager, its authority and duties. The general manager is responsible to the board for the administrative affairs of the district. The general manager shall A, prepare and recommend a budget and staff reports to the board to carry out the administrative obligations of the district. You know, I've answered the question multiple times. If it said the CFO were to make recommendations, it doesn't say that. It says that the general manager is the one to make recommendations. So in a further response, I guess, is that I believe in the administrative code and want to follow the administrative code. I always have ideas on how to balance budgets, and it's the responsibility of the general manager, according to our administrative code, to do that.
President Apodaca, would you like me to go ahead with my question?
Yes, carry on, please.
Thank you. You know, I'll thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief, as we have, I think, spent about 2.5 hours on this one item, and we have other items.
It's the budget.
So,
that's not a director.
Let me discuss by making a reference to typically what it is that public agencies do when they adopt a budget. It is probably a 2-month process, many meetings. It culminates in a workshop where members of the public and other interested parties also attend and provide their input. Various options of how to balance the budget, if there is a need to balance the budget, is discussed. And as a point of reference, I just go back to last year's process. I think last year was a little bit longer because we were considering implementing a new charge, the fixed meter charge. So that was a three-month process that we went through in order to adopt the budget. Before we got to that point, I also remember that we went a little bit past June, but before July the 15th, which is the deadline as far as our liability for the bonds are concerned, that date that we have to adopt the budget. So that was the process. Regretfully, we haven't had any of that, and we have been given a snapshot, a very detailed snapshot, and thank you very much for staff for putting it together, of how the budget looks like this year. There is no way around it. There's a little bit over a $3 million shortage in the budget that it needs to be balanced. And the question is, of course, how to balance it. And I know there have been some comments about who's responsible to provide that information to the board of directors so the board can make a decision. And I'll go back to what I can see in the website of the district, which articulates the responsibilities of a general manager. It says the responsibility includes implementing policy adopted by the board of directors, representing a board's policies and programs with employees, stakeholders, community organizations, and the general public, ensuring the execution of short and long-term goals and objectives consistent with the mission of the district and vision of the board, and reviewing budgets. Here's underline this: reviewing budgets and making recommendations to the board on final expenditure levels. That's the responsibility of the general manager. I just wanted to highlight that to make sure that that's what we have been doing in the past. That's pretty much every organization does, and it is not the director of finance responsibility, although he's a CPA, to make recommendations as such. It is very clearly articulated that that's the responsibility of the general manager. Now, having said that, what you look at, it's not a viable financial plan, not for now and not for the future. Not only it's not viable, it's not sustainable. Because the budget shortfalls are going to continue to happen. In fact, they're going to be even complicated more. The challenges that are in front of us are the continuous reduction in volumetric sales. With a reduction in volumetric sales, the way we have experienced it in the last few years, come serious reductions in revenues. The other thing is the pension liabilities. There was a mention of that. Pension liabilities are going to just get worse for entities. Every agency is going through that challenge. It's going to get complicated. It's going to be more. And in order to get a clear picture of it, we have to do. Okay. We have.
Ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Director, to interrupt.
¿Quién está en la línea?
Señora, disculpe, podemos escuchar su conversación. ¿Podría poner su teléfono en, señora? Hello?
Okay, maybe I can continue now, Cecilia.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Director, go ahead.
No, thank you. And in order to get a clear picture of our liabilities in the future, I don't know, Naja, when was the last time we did an actuarial, but we have to look at an actuarial to see clearly where we stand in the future. I know that from other agencies that the liability is going to be more, and I think Andrew touched on that, even one of the directors mentioned that. The other thing that we didn't mention is the increasing cost of OPEB. The other liabilities, pension liabilities that we have, that's going to increase also in the future years. More importantly, though, something that Andrew can tell me exactly when, but please do recall that when we did the 2018 reissuance of the bonds, we have in the upfront years, I think up to 3 or 4 years, payments of that obligation are at a reduced level. If you will, if you want to compare that and contrast that to a regular loan, home loan, those are the balloon payments. In the future year, our payments are going to increase drastically, which only means that the budget challenges that we're facing today are going to get even complicated more. We have, I think the number that I recall from the CAFR, Andrew, as far as our assets that are not liquidable is $75 million all in. But you got to also remember that those values decrease because of the depreciation value. Majority of that has to do with the infrastructure that we own, which is the backbone of our recycled water system. That infrastructure is aging. We have not set aside, simply because of the budget challenges in the past, we have not set aside enough money to take care of that. And sooner than later, there is going to be a failure of that system, which then is going to prevent us from delivering recycled water. So those are all very, very serious financial challenges. ahead of us, not even including the discussion of the $3 million or a little bit of a $3 million budget shortfall that we have today. It is not only is not a viable financial plan for any entity, private or public, it is not also sustainable. I mean, that's the huge problem ahead of us. It is not a sustainable financial plan. So that's, you know, there was a reference also to the Whittier one. Whittier, and maybe Cecilia or Andrew can help me with this, but that was a discussion that was put before the board, and I think it continued for 3 or 4 consecutive meetings, but there was a board action on that item. The board ultimately approved to do away with that contract. So all of those things were board actions. It was not some clandestine decision by members of the staff. Last year, I also referred you to the fact that in order to balance the budget, we considered many reductions. A number of those reductions were enacted. A number of them were not approved by the board. But I remember this very clearly, that it was said that even if you put all of those reductions in place and made a decision about them, it's not going to cover the gap. Hence, the requirement and the need for the fixed meter charge, because we needed to generate $640,000, and that's what we did. And that was because we had to bring that revenue to meet the 115% ratio. If you do not meet that 115% ratio, you are going to be in the default of your bonds, and the bondholders can come back and ask for that money up front. And if I'm not again mistaken, that number is somewhere around $45 million. So
why is Downey suing us for your decision?
Those are some of the points that I wanted to highlight, Mr. President. So with that, I mean, if there was a decision to be made today about the budget, there is not enough information to make any decisions whatsoever. So what I suggest is that we have some time. My suggestion is for the directors to make the recommendations of how they see this budget to be balanced, the $3 million a little bit over. Pass it on to the staff, and then set up a workshop or a special board meeting to consider adoption of a budget. But you know, I cannot vote for a budget like this when you have a shortfall of $3 million, and I don't know how to balance it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other comments?
I would like to make a motion to accept the budget with a $3 million cut at this time, and with more cuts considered.
I'd second that motion.
Substitute motion, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you cannot, you cannot adopt a budget just by saying cut the cost $3 million. Budgets are line items. Staff needs to know where those cuts are going to come from, so they can continue to pay the bills. And
Mr. Askew, good point. And it would have been nice this last year that we would have been given those line items, right?
Yeah.
But I can tell you from reading the excellent pie charts and what we have present, that there are numbers there that are delineated that we could actually address. And so we could actually move forward with a motion. You did last year. You were very eloquent and making cuts and letting us know that we got into legal problems because we didn't listen to you and the purveyors with cuts. So you know what? Excellent. I'm glad that you're talking and making a comment about the line items, because I'd like that piece of information as well on top of what I already have in front of me.
Mr. Chairman, there is a substitute motion. What I suggested is that, you know, you need to have a clear picture of the budget and the shortfall in order to be able to make the right decisions. For those who know how to do budgets, particularly in a government setup, they know that you cannot just say adopt a budget, we're going to cut $3 million. That's not how it goes. That's not how it happens. Legally, you can't do that. So my substitute motion was to ask the directors to come up with their ideas because we haven't had the opportunity to have a workshop up until now. And make those recommendations, pass it on to the staff, so staff can set up a special meeting to discuss the budget and make a decision at that time. And I entertain a second on the motion.
Yeah, I would
second
like
the motion.
We don't have a
I
general
would like to
manager.
comment, if I can make a
I
comment.
second that motion. Call for the question.
I might
Roll call.
back on the.
Cecilia, roll call, please.
Wow.
Director? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so we had a motion, then we had a substitute motion by Director Oscui that is asking that directors come up with ideas and make those recommendations to staff, pass them on to staff, and then set up a special meeting, which I believe was then seconded by Director Origi. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No.
I haven't started roll call, directors. 1 second. I'm about to start that right now. Director Chacon?
No.
Director Origi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
No.
Director Oscui?
Yes.
Director Vasquez?
No.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
No.
Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Falls back
I
on the
would like
original
to-
motion.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Steer,
would
you
like-
want to let them know that we are in danger of being shut down if we don't have a budget?
Board,
I would like to comment regarding the pending motion. And thank you, Mr. Apodaca, for that, because we are actually going to entertain the option of passing a budget right now with the second motion that was put on the floor. And I just want to say that I certainly agree with us passing a budget today that addresses the $3.2 million dollars in deficit. I think it's imperative that we vote on a budget today so that we can address these fiscal issues. I would like to consider that the maker of the motion amend the motion to reflect as follows: that the board approves the budget making.
Who's making that noise?
What's going on over there?
Ladies and
That the
gentlemen, if you
board-
can please mute your, sorry, Director, 1 second. For all the members of the public participating, or we could hear the background noise. If you could please mute your phone so the director's motion can be heard. Thank you. Mhm.
That again, the motion, I would like to ask the maker of the motion to amend it to reflect as follows. Because it is so important for this board to approve a budget, that we approve the budget making $3.2 million in cuts, and that so that the budget reflects the actual revenues that are expected to come in to the agency, and that we convene a special board meeting this Wednesday or Thursday, bringing together the various stakeholders in the community to review the line item budget that we have requested for the past 2 years to effectuate these cuts, these $3.2 million of cuts. So if I can ask the maker of the motion to make that amendment,
I
second.
will, this is Director Camacho Rodriguez. I will accept that revision to the motion that I put on the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it addresses all of the issues that have been brought forth by all of the board members, including an opportunity for the stakeholders to weigh in on the budget process. And it also addresses the issue of the $3.2 million in cuts. I think the cuts are very necessary at this point, and if we are all interested in moving forward this agency, we will make the specific adjustments in the budget on Wednesday or Thursday as we review line item by line item, the budget. And
Mr. President, point of clarification so that I can understand the motion. So the recommended motion with the amendment is that the board members are going to vote on a budget for fiscal year 2021 today, and 2 days later, we're going to come together on a special meeting and then decide where the cuts, the 3 million cuts, are going to come from. So then my question is, what is the sense of urgency of adopting that budget today? Why don't we just wait until the special meeting in 2 days, figure out what those cuts exactly are going to come from, and then vote on a budget?
Well,
Cecilia, I think we should do roll call. There was a first and a second.
Do the roll call, please.
Okay, Director, so just to clarify, the amended motion is to approve the budget, making $3.2 million in cuts, so that the budget reflects the actual revenues that are expected to come in, and to hold a special board meeting either Wednesday or Thursday of this week to review a line item budget. Is that correct?
In order to effectuate the cuts.
In order, okay. To effectuate. Okay, so roll call at this time. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
No.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui?
No.
Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca?
No.
Motion does not pass.
He wanted a budget.
That was 4-3.
All right, let's go on to the next item, please.
Excuse me, that was 4-3. What's the majority here?
Mr. Willoughby?
He's no longer on the call. He had to catch a plane.
Okay.
Can we move on to the next item, please?
So we have been informed that the majority of 7 members are for, which would basically move forward this item on the agenda.
Madam, you mentioned yourself that the court is going to make that decision on 23rd of July, so let's not go there again, please. Let's move on with the rest of the agenda.
Mr. Skewy, you're not the court, and if we're going by Brown Act is, we have 7 physical members.
Item 6, please.
And 4 of 7 is a quorum, Mr. Skewy.
Item 6, consideration to procure an outside technology company to provide interim. Its support recommended action. Item.
Come on now.
I'm getting senile here.
We are on the right item.
Come on, Presidente.
Who's
we
that
are on the
guy?
right item.
Yeah.
So
consideration to
Who's on
to
first?
procure an outside technology company to provide interim
IT support.
support.
This is
I
Andrew
make the
Hamilton.
motion.
I'll be.
I make the motion that we leave that item open for another meeting.
I'll second that.
You're funny, Chaco.
First and second.
So the motion was by Director Chacon to table this item to another meeting. Is that correct? And
Correct.
Seconded by Director
That's what he
Vasquez. And Director Vasquez, you seconded the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
No.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui?
No.
Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca?
No. Item
Motion does
7,
not pass.
consideration of payment for unbudgeted items and other actions.
Madam Secretary, what was the outcome of the vote?
The outcome was 4-3, Director. It did not pass.
Therefore, we need to continue with item 6, correct?
El Paso.
Yes, there would be a presentation for item 6. it's the pleasure of the board
Mr. President, I would
to.
ask that the presentation be made and that the directors take action on the item.
So if the
Director
board,
Is there a report? I'm sorry.
yes, this is Andrew Hamilton. This item was originally at the March 23rd board meeting with the IT director leaving the district, I believe in March sometime. There's the urgent need for IT support services. And so at that time, we received two proposals. The first one was from Client First. You can see their extensive proposal online, excuse me. And also the T2 Tech Group, as you can see on the page 34 of the agenda. It's page 30, physical page 34, and it would be PDF page 38. You can see that the 6-month estimate would be $62,400. $62,400.
Come on, Hamilton.
If you look at the memo for the T2 Tech Group, the second bullet on that one, which is page 36 of the physical copy and page 40 of the PDF, their amount is approximately $187,000 a year. That would approximately be $93,500 for a 6-month period. So staff's recommendation is to go with the former, the Client First Technology Consulting, in their amount of $62,400 for the 26 weeks for that 6-month period, plus a contingency of 10%, and that would be staff's recommendation.
Mr. President, a
for
question to
IT
Andrew.
services. Yes.
Andrew, is the item in the budget?
It is in the budget for fiscal 2020. We have 1 week left. In the absence of an IT director, we have not spent anything on IT support services. So, however,
move staff's recommendation.
I have a couple of questions with respect to this particular item, if I can ask our staff members. Mr. Chairman? So this item has been on the agenda on several occasions. I have asked the Human Resources Director, upon the departure of the IT Director, to conduct an assessment, a needs assessment with respect to our IT department. And the reason why I made that request is because after reading the job description of the IT manager, I was very unclear about, the function of that position and exactly what that position was responsible for, the duties that position was responsible for carrying out. And let me go ahead and read a couple of the responsibilities here and of that particular position, which costs the agency annually about $150,000. And that particular position managed almost $900,000 of funding that was that is annually allocated for that department. So, so I want to ask the Human Resources Director, would you tell me a little bit more about what you were able to get from the exit interview from this employee?
So in addition
The
to
exit
his
interview
IT
is not
duties-
subject to public domain. That's a personnel matter. Personnel matters are not subject to public consumption.
I
thought we didn't have, excuse me, Ms. Vasquez, I'm getting confused here. People said we don't have a general counsel, but yet we have people acting like general counsel.
I know what's going on. Common sense tells you that.
Gentlemen, what I'm not.
I seconded the motion. I have seconded the motion.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to assess the need for the position, the department, and that's what I'm interested in doing. I mean, I would certainly love to support, you know, the department. However, I need more information about what its role is and what the day-to-day operations are. I understand that they monitor the technology for the recycled water system. However, I also know that there's a contract to the tune of about $1.2 million with a consultant that actually manages the recycled water pipeline. So, so I'd like, again, to know if that particular contractor can assume the responsibilities of managing the system that we use to monitor the recycled water pipeline, then maybe this is not a position that we need. Clearly we have, or this is not an extra contract that we need to engage in. So what I'm asking is, I'm asking that we look very closely into the needs of the agency, and maybe this is not a good day to move forward with approving this until we conduct an assessment of the needs of the agency. And so I'm asking that we take that into consideration as this issue is being discussed by this board.
There is a motion on the floor.
I seconded that motion.
Call for the question.
Yes, directors. The motion was to approve staff's recommendation, which was to go with client first for a $62,400 contract for a 26-week period or 6 months plus a 10% contingency, and it was seconded by Director Oscui, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Nope.
Director Origi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
No.
Director Oscui?
Mr. President, let me just say that cybersecurity is a viable, major, and real issue. Our SCADA system, which is the backbone of the recycle system, is vulnerable right now as it stands. It has been for the last 4 months, and with that, I vote yes.
Okay. Director Vasquez?
No.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
No, and with L. Grant's brother watching behind scenes, I think we have enough security there, right there, Mr. Oscui?
And Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Director, the motion does not pass.
I would like to make a motion to bring back this item. Clearly, there's a need for the agency to analyze, again, the position, the department, the function that it plays within the agency, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm certainly interested in revisiting this issue once once the board members can get the proper presentation with respect to the role and function of this particular position and this particular department within the agency. So I'll make a motion to do that.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, that's not what's on the agenda. If the director
There's
wishes
a first and a
to put an
second.
item on the agenda, please. If the
First and second.
Please. If the director wishes to put an item on the agenda, there should be added at the, under the, item, I think, number 23, which is the,
Stop lying, Mr.
request-
O'Huey. You know that
request-
doesn't happen. Stop
request-
lying like you know what procedure.
request by, please be respectful.
First and
madam.
second.
Be respectful,
There's no
gentlemen.
respect.
Mr. Chairman,
Any further
items to be
interruption, I will
requested by
call
the
a-
board, yeah. Well, items to be requested by members of the board, they can ask that during the oral at the end of the agenda. The recommendation on this item was not approved, so we should move on to the next.
Mr. O'Huey, I agree. We're going to go ahead and move on. And I will do as you're asking me to do for the sake of cooperation. However, the secondary motion was legal and proper. And I would like to, I'll go ahead and make that request when the time is, when the time comes. Thank you.
Okay, which item are we on now? After all this debate.
Number 7?
Number 7.
Number 7,
This is Andrew Hamilton.
consideration of payment. We've
Sorry, go ahead.
already gone through that.
I think you announced it, and then, are you ready for the staff report?
Go ahead.
Yes.
So there's a few unbudgeted items that the staff is requesting payment, authorization for payment. This item went through the committee, and the first one is a payment of $4,700 approximately to Dan Reynolds, who's provided insurance and HR consulting to the district. Number 2 is $8,000 for invoices from Valerie Howard. This item only went through the committee, I believe, with one invoice for $4,000, and after the committee met, the fourth and final invoice was submitted for another $4,000. That makes the payments to date of $8,000, and $8,000 is still due for the total of $16,000 for the contract. And last but not least are 2 payments to the Employment Development Department for unemployment claims. First one is $13,141, plus any applicable penalties and interest. That amount might increase because the amount is April 17th of that invoice, and then $12,045.41. Same issue there. The penalties and interest will increase on that amount because that amount was due May 15th. So included in the item is any additional applicable penalties and interest on those 2 invoices to EDD. That concludes
Mr. Hamilton, for a point of clarification, those contracts were never brought before the board. So can you explain why they're on, why 6 months later they're being brought? Those items were never brought before the board. So can you explain to our public whose money we are using to spend?
Sure. So the administrative code allows for certain contracts to be executed by the general manager, and I believe that amount was $25,000 or $20,000, depending on what time frame. I think the general manager most recent had $20,000. I believe those contracts made it to the contracts report, but I defer to Sharon to confirm.
Well, I want to like make a point of clarification. To date, I'm waiting for the 40 items that were submitted as the work samples. So I have yet to receive the work samples that were billed at $100 each. And so these items were not ever brought to the board. These items, I did not know about these items, and any information that I've requested, I think that we have to have a public and transparent communication about how money is spent in a public agency. And while I have no proof of any of the work, I cannot make a solid decision about anything unless I have documents that prove that something happened. Like if we are buying janitorial supplies and we order 20 boxes of tissue or, 10 bottles of soap, that, we actually have a receipt that reflects the actual physical evidence. So to date, I am still waiting for the physical evidence of this work. And then, I still, all the information I've requested, I still don't have it. And then number two, an individual was paid to look at private documents that board members were not able to look at. So I requested information on the insurance. I wasn't able to see that information, but somehow this individual is claiming one of the other individuals that you want to pay had access to our private information, and there's no proof that there was a document that said he had permission to look at private information of a public agency that just doesn't get, put out everywhere. At least that's the message I got when you didn't want to give me that information because it's private. So am I clear on what's private, what's public? We're public agency, public dollars, and we're being asked to pay for things that don't exist, or at least the proof of existence you don't have or you don't want to give to us or to me. I should make my statement. I have yet to receive the physical proof that this work actually happened.
So are you asking for my response? I'm just hearing statements.
I'm still waiting for the physical proof of the payment and then the contract. You have yet to give a signed contract for any of this work. This did not come to the board. It was not publicly agendized, and discussion wasn't at the dais of spending money on contracts.
Hello, this is Sharon. Hello, Director. Hello?
We can hear you, Sharon.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Hi, Director. I wanted to just make a comment that there was emails sent out back in February and March. I have the emails. I will forward it again to you, where we did send contract copies out and all the invoices. I believe Tammy also forwarded some emails which did say what description of the work was done. And this contract was executed under General Manager's authority, and it was reported to the General Manager's contracts in January's board meeting. But I will again forward those emails to you.
With the actual work samples, Sharon, because we can go round and round and round. So what were the 40 items that were produced that are being billed at $100 an item? So that needs to be emailed to me so that I can see what work samples we're paying for. Second, which is it? According to one document I have, and this is a contract that was not ratified in public for our previous general manager, that he had only $20,000 authority. Another document says $25,000, but those contracts were never brought before the board for ratification. So which one are you choosing to honor, Sharon?
Director, with the previous general manager, it was $20,000, and the contracts were less than $20,000, and it was executed under general manager's authority. So when a contract is executed under general manager's authority, we put them in the contract report for your review, but it gets approved under general manager. So it doesn't get to the board for ratification, but it just comes as an information item.
So Sharon, on our admin code, if you read what our general manager's authority is, it states one thing. And so I'm just making a point of clarification because our public deserves to have transparency. This is how the FBI comes in and they, have to look at, what's going on with dollars and amounts. And at the end of the day, you have a duty when you put things before the board because staff is the one who agendizes all the items. that we are truly following the law and we are truly following transparency. And so our previous general manager did not have his contract ratified. So that contract has different numbers stated. And so maybe you can post all of that online so the public can see what I'm talking about. And let's be transparent. So this did not come before us, and you want to claim that it's something the previous general manager could do. And so at the end of the day, it's on the agenda now, but I don't have proof that that work was done. And then I also want the explanation, as I mentioned, why we were paying an outside person to deal with our insurance when we have a broker who's making hundreds and thousands of dollars off of our insurance to actually be that person to navigate our insurance. So all of those explanations need to be put out publicly, please.
Director Camacho, may I offer a suggestion to address this particular issue? I would like the board to consider, now that the office hopefully will be open moving forward, because there has been a lot of lack of communication, that we defer action on this item until board members can come in, and any members of the public that are interested in looking at these records, and delaying action on this until the next board meeting. So if I can go ahead and make that motion to defer action on this item until the next regular board meeting, so that the board can properly come into the Central Basin and inspect these records that are the justification for this expenditure.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. President, was there a motion on the recommendation of the staff? Or Cecilia, maybe you can.
No, we did not have a motion before this.
So I'll move that we approve staff's recommendation to pay these overdue bills.
Second the motion.
I second it.
And Director, would that be a substitute
Roll call.
motion? Because Director Vasquez just made a motion to consider deferring action.
If you want to make that a substitute motion, I'm fine.
That, I guess that would be your,
Yes,
for you to say, okay. And your recommendation was to pay?
My recommendation is to pay these very overdue bills because as it was indicated, it may have some additional liability for us if we continue not to pay them for the services that have already been rendered under the general manager's authority. Less than $20,000. And all the contracts are being, on a monthly basis, the status of all the contracts, including these, are reported. And I have seen all board members that are questioning these, attending the committee meetings on finance, and a copy of all the contracts are distributed by Sharon at those meetings.
Is there a second?
That's
Second.
not accurate.
Okay, so this is a roll call for the substitute motion to pay the overdue bills. Director Chacon?
Nope.
Director Origi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
No.
Director Oskui?
Yes.
Director Vasquez? Let me see. What is the recommendation? To approve payment for the following. Yeah, I just want to make that correction, Ms. Polito, because your comment was to pay the overdue bills, and I'm not sure if you're an elected board member, but that's not what the motion was, and you don't have the authority to insert language that is not an accurate reflection of the motion that was made.
I made that motion with that exact language, and she was just reflecting what I said, ma'am.
The motion, no, the motion, I will go with the recommended motion that is written here, and that doesn't reflect that.
No, I said overdue bills, madam. I said overdue bills.
My vote is no, sir, until I can get the proper accountability for the expenditure of this money.
Noted, Director. Director Camacho Rodriguez?
I had requested the physical proof of the work, and while I have no proof of work, I cannot vote yes, so it's a no.
Okay. Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Motion does not pass. And the original motion we have on the floor by Director Vasquez, seconded by Director Chacon, was to defer action until the board members could go into the office and delay it until the next board meeting so you can go in and inspect the documents related to these items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
No.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui?
No.
Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca?
No.
Motion does not pass.
Moving on to item 8.
Hello. Okay, so my item is justification of payment to James Ortman and Company in the amount of $14,000 for providing recruitment services. So back in October 2019, Mr. Ortman and his company posted a job for our assistant engineer. He wasn't to charge us anything unless we went with one of his candidates. We did go with one of his candidates. So his charge is 20% of the base salary of our candidate. So that amount came to $14,000. So my recommendation is to pay James Ortman and Company $14,000 for recruitment services.
Move staff's recommendation.
Second
That
that.
the board authorizes payment.
Yeah, I'd like to make a secondary motion, a substitute motion, to again defer action on this item until the board members receive the proper information, backup information that justifies the expenditure of these public funds.
I second that motion.
Okay. So the substitute motion by Director Vasquez, seconded by Director Chacon, was to defer action until the board members receive the backup information that justify the expenditure. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
No.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui?
No, this is an overdue bill that needs to be paid. Services have been rendered as certified by the director.
Okay. Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Vasquez? Okay, thank you. Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Yeah, and
five.
just for the record,
the motion passed.
Has not been rendered or certified by the directors. And Mr. Oscui continues to just make these outlandish, statements. But let's move forward. We're almost through.
Thank you.
Item number 9.
So this is Andrew Hamilton. I'll be brief. This item went to the committee, the Admin and Finance Committee, in May. You can see that at the top of the memo. It's page 50 of the PDF, page 46 of the packet, physical packet. This is approval of resolution initiating proceedings for the annual standby charge. In the early 90s, the district imposed this standby charge to help with the construction and development of the recycled water system. Attached is the engineer's report. This raises about $3.3 million a year. As you know, it goes into the lockbox, the district's fixed payment account, that is, held by the trustee, to ensure that the district's debt service is properly made each year, every 6 months. And the charge is approximately $10 per acre or fraction thereof, and the rate has not changed. There are different motions or different components of the motion that you can see. Steps to approve the standby charge are as follows. Consider and approve the engineer's report. These are all the recommended components of the motion. And number 2 is to execute the annual process, conduct a public hearing to consider adoption, to be held on July 27th at the district's regularly scheduled board meeting. With that, I can answer any questions.
Move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so I have a first by Director Arrighi and a second. I heard Director Apodaca first.
Yes.
Okay, roll call as follows. Director Chacon? Director Chacon? I believe we do not have Director Chacon on the line.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just not ready to make a decision right now.
Okay,
$3 million.
okay, I'll come back. Director Arrighi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui?
Yes.
Director Vasquez?
I have some very important questions around this. Can I answer these questions? Ask these questions before I take a vote? Mr. Chairman?
We've had this gone over many times. No.
Oh, what?
I just have a question with respect to the resolution. Is this resolution different from the resolution that was approved last year and the year before last?
Mr. Skewy, is that resolution the same or different?
I'm not asking Mr. Ascui, I'm asking the person who wrote the resolution. Mr. Ascui is another director that I assume is not involved in writing resolutions, because to my knowledge, that's not our role. But you bring up an excellent point. Who is the author of this resolution? Did Mr. Ascui in fact write this resolution?
Mr. Hamilton, who did
Mr.
this
Ascui?
resolution for Ms. Vasquez? Hello?
Andrew? Andrew, are you on the line?
He can't answer.
Yes, I am on the line. I wrote the resolution.
No,
and
who wrote it?
Change. I wrote it.
Oh, he wrote it.
Okay. And what's different from?
There are many differences. The resolution number is different. The fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2020, that is a difference.
Okay.
The public hearing changed to July 27th, 2020. Last year it was in June of 19.
Okay.
And the passed and approved and adopted date is different.
Okay. And can you tell me what page the resolution is on our agenda?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Would you mind telling me what page it's on? Just so that I can.
It is on page, yes, PDF page 52 and physical page 48.
Page 48. Okay, page 48. 48, here it goes. Okay, yeah, so I reviewed this. And yes, my vote is yes.
Okay. Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca?
Yes. Congratulations, everyone.
And, sorry, one more. Director Chacon, coming back to you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And the next item is item number 10, Director Apodaca. Can you hear me? Director?
Yes.
Yes.
Item 12.
No, 10.
Item 10. 10, yes.
10.
So I'll be presenting, yes, I'll be presenting that item. Good afternoon, Director. So Central Basin has been notified by the LA County Registrar Recorder's Office that an election is to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd of this year. And the divisions that are currently up for election are divisions 1, 4, and 5. And as part of this process, the LA County Board of Supervisors requires that we submit a resolution requesting they allow the Registrar Recorder's Office to render election services and place the election on the ballot. And that is pretty much it, unless you have any questions. The recommended motion is that the board approves, adopts, and authorizes the president to sign the attached resolution.
Mr. President, I have a question, please.
Yes.
Sorry, me. If staff can tell me, when is the payment due to the county? The first down payment, and how much is that?
Yes, the first payment is approximately $537,000, and the payment is budgeted for this fiscal year that ends in 1 week. So that would be June 30th.
Okay. And another question is, what is the last day that we have to make an action on being able to participate in the meeting, participate in the election?
The date that was given, I contacted the Registrar Recorder's Office, and I was informed that it is August 5th.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, if I may, it is the elephant in the room, but everyone is aware of it, that there is a pending piece of legislation, SB 625. One of the provisions of that particular piece of legislation includes that the action would include, has an impact on the election, next cycle of election for the Board of Directors for Central Basin. And, if we pay this $537,000 now, we're not going to get it back from the county. And that's not a good expenditure of the ratepayers' money. We have time to act on this item. If the legislation does not go through, we still have time to proceed with the election. But in good conscience, I cannot support paying $537,000 of ratepayers' money right now and not being able to get it back. So because of that, I suggest that we, I actually make a move that we postpone making a decision on this. Again, we have ample time to act on it, but postpone it until later time, but no later than the date that was mentioned by the secretary. We have to act before then, but not now. That's my motion.
Second motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, but before I make my substitute motion, I do want to make a comment with respect to the lies that Mr. Oskouyi continues to make, during our board meetings. And I have had various discussions with the county, and according to the County of Los Angeles, this election is scheduled to move forward, and the agency has an obligation to basically make the payment by June 30th. And the county has actually agreed to reimburse the Central Basin if, in fact, this bill moves forward. And so what I'd like to do to ensure democracy, I know that Mr. Oskouyi has been very much against having an elected board, which is why he continues to support SB 625. The people of our district have a right, to elect their board members. I would like to make a substitute motion to move forward with passing this resolution and the actions that come with this resolution, and work with the county, if in fact this bill is passed, to get a refund if necessary. But we have an obligation to move forward until we're notified otherwise that the election will possibly not happen.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chair, a question. Has any of the staff members contacted the county to find out if the money is paid to them, there will be a possibility for a refund?
Yes, this is Andrew Hamilton. I have contacted the county, and it's almost an exact quote. They said they do not refund the monies paid to them.
Okay.
¿Ah? Mandar. Vamos a cambiarlos de teléfono. Say what?
Mr. Hamilton, would you mind sharing the name of the individual that you're speaking to?
I don't have it right handy with me right now.
Oh,
Do you?
Can you send us that
course.
documentation via email? The
Yeah, because I
actual
will.
font.
Yeah, and I will certainly share my email communication with my colleagues.
It was a verbal conversation, not via email.
Oh my God.
Okay. Director Vasquez, can you please send me yours? And I just recorded Hamilton, so that way I have both.
Yeah, if we can have Mr. Hamilton send us the name of the individual that he's talking to also. So that
Probably talked to him himself because he said he doesn't remember.
I didn't say I don't remember. Those are your words.
For clarification, that's the board secretary's responsibility.
Can you please give us the name, Hamilton?
I will have to provide it. I don't have it handy.
I'll be back. I need to
Yeah.
step out. Mr. President,
Yeah,
there is a motion, there is a substitute motion on the floor. Let's, roll call, please.
Yes, so we have a substitute motion by Director Vasquez, seconded by Director Chacon, to move forward with passing this resolution and the actions that come with it. And that we would work with the county to get a refund in the event the legislation passes. So roll call as follows. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Origi?
No.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui?
Mr. President, as I said before, in good conscience, I cannot go ahead with the $563,000 payment right now. There is time to do it later. We can do it later. My vote is no.
Out of conscience.
Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes, let's move
Director
forward.
Okay. Director Apodaca?
No.
Motion does not pass, and we go back to the original motion by Director Oscui, seconded by Director Origi, to postpone making a decision until a later time, but act before the date that I had mentioned, which was August 5th. And the roll call is as follows. Director Chacon?
No.
Director Origi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
No.
Director Oscui?
Yes.
Director Vasquez?
No.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
No.
Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, point of order, I think as part of the action items, we have to let the public make comments, and we certainly didn't do that for the budget. I'm not sure if there are members of the public who want to speak about the budget.
Oh my God, do I want to speak about the budget? I'm on my battery.
Cecilia, maybe you can
comments
correct me,
on-
but do we allow public comment when it comes as part of the action items, particularly when it's a discussion about the budget?
So that's typically been left up to the discretion of the board director, because we do have an item on the agenda that is specifically for public comments, where the public can address the members regarding any of the items listed on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the district. So we do have that particular section reserved for that. But in the past, if any members of the public have requested to speak when an item comes up, that's been at the discretion of the board
Okay.
at that
Thank you.
time. Mhm.
Thank you. The wish of the Mr. President, should we move on to item number 11 then?
Okay, so move workers' compensation coverage for plan year 2020, 2021.
Okay. Since July 1st, 2017, Central Basin Municipal Water District has participated in workers' comp insurance pool with the Special District Risk Management Authority, otherwise known as SDRMA. Through SDRMA, the district has the appropriate levels of coverage for workers' compensation at a discounted price for employees and board members. The district's premium for the 2020-21 plan year came in at $11,319.96, which is slightly less than the premium paid by the district for coverage in the current plan year, ending on June 30th, 2020. My recommended motion is that the board. My recommended motion is that the board authorizes payment to SCRMA to renew the coverage for the district's workers' compensation insurance for plan year starting July 1st.
Oh, really? Yeah, I can
and ending June 30th, ending June 30th, 2021, in the amount not to exceed $11,320.
Mr. President, move to approve staff's recommendation.
Director Scui, 1 second. For the members of the public, please, once again, if you can please mute your phone. Ma'am? Ma'am, we could.
I thought maybe something happened or. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen of the public, we can hear your background conversations. If you can please mute your phone.
It was a little after 3.
Yeah, no, few customers too, and like I say,
I don't think they can hear me, directors. I
No, let's
apologize.
go ahead. I moved, if there is a second on the motion to approve this recommendation.
Second, Arrighi.
Okay, so we have a first
Roll
by
call.
Director Scui and a second by Director Arrighi to approve staff's recommendation. Director Chacon?
I can't really hear what everybody's saying. I got all kinds of static or voices in the back.
Yes,
Yes,
we
that's-
have
yes,
members
yes.
of the public.
And if I can have that in an envelope, okay, please.
I'm not sure if is that Mr. Perez? I'm not sure if that's Mr. Perez. We can hear him in the background. I'm not sure if he's still on the line. But Director Chacon, staff made the presentation for item number 11, and we had a first by Director Scui and a second by Director Arrighi to approve staff's recommendation. So I'm doing roll call at the moment.
Good. Nice.
Cecilia, come back to me on that one because I can't really understand.
Okay, Director, not a problem. Director Arrighi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Just, give the kids a bye.
Director Hawkins, was that a yes?
They have their own lives
Okay,
now.
Director Scui?
Yes.
Own family.
Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Cecilia, for clarification, can you repeat the motion?
Yes, ma'am. The motion is that the board authorize payments to Special District Risk Management Authority, SDRMA, to renew the coverage for the district's workers' compensation insurance for plan year starting July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021 in the amount not to exceed $11,320.
I'm a yes. I'm a yes on that one, Cecilia. I heard it loud and clear.
Okay, Director, noted. Director Camacho Rodriguez?
I said yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Item 12, authorization of budget increase for Rio Hondo Pump Station, calendar year 2020.
Good afternoon, directors. This is Erin Maciel. I'll be presenting this item. So this
Okay,
item
go
is
ahead.
about an invoice staff received from the city of Whittier in February 2020 for the Rio Hondo Pump Station lease. We started this lease agreement in 1992 with the city of Whittier, and the cost is 8% of the total land value. According to the lease agreement, an appraisal adjustment must be performed every 5 years by a mutually agreed upon assessor. And in February 2019, when that appraisal occurred by the Bronstein Company. So the land value increased substantially upon completion of the appraisal. And the 2019 appraisal report is included for your reference as Exhibit D, page 95, PDF, page 99. As you can see in the invoice in Exhibit A, page 81 and page 85 PDF, our lease payment increased substantially to the amount of $390,816. Please note that staff was able to negotiate costs from $30 per square foot to $28 per square foot, saving the district $30,000 annually. The invoice amount is based off the $28 per square foot. Also, as you can see on the invoice, is that there are late fees associated with not paying this invoice on time. So over 30 days past due, there's a 10% penalty and an interest of 9% per year. Over 60 days past due, there's a 25% penalty with an interest of 9% per year, and also eviction and possibly having to restore the property to its original condition, as stated in the agreement. So at the Engineering and Operations Committee's request, staff hired another appraisal company to review the 2019 appraisal report done by the Bronstein Company. BTI Appraisal was selected to review the report. Staff reached out to 5 appraisal companies. 3 companies responded and are listed in your memo. BTI Appraisal did the following. They reviewed comparable properties in the report, researched additional comparable properties, checked calculations, reviewed data and trends, reviewed adjustments, and analyzed the valuation method and appraisal conclusions. BTI's review of the 2019 appraisal can be found on page 178 of the hard copy 182 PDF. And BTI found that, in fact, that the Bronstein Company's conclusions are acceptable and accurate. I can read the recommended motion now if you wish, unless the board has any questions that I can answer.
Yeah, would you please let me know how much did we pay for the consultant to review the audit?
We paid $2,500.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have some questions on it.
Yes.
I questioned this in the committee also. I can't believe that any property in LA County in the last 4 years went up 400%. I know we have to pay it because of our penalties and whatever, and I think we should pay it, but I also think we should appeal it and we should pay it under protest because I think it's outrageous. And if you look at the appraisal, they're using one comp, and that is WRD, which is next door, and they pay way over market, and yet we're being penalized for and using that property as a comp. And I think it's something we should pay it, but we should appeal it at the same time.
I agree.
If I may, this is Jackie Kuhn. Oh, I'm sorry. If I may, I wanted to just provide some clarification about the lease increase, that it wasn't a 400% increase, or I think around $500,000 that was mentioned earlier in the board meeting today. We were receiving a credit from WRD, which brought our bill down to around $100,000 a year. But without that credit, if they hadn't been using the property, it would have been much more than that. And so the increase with the new appraisal and without the WRD credit is approximately $300,000. So I just wanted to provide clarity. Thank you.
Mr. President, move to approve staff's recommendation, and if Director Hawkins insists on having paying under protest, we can add that language when we pay the bill.
Yeah,
Second.
I do have a question with respect to this particular matter, and I would appreciate it if my colleagues would give us an opportunity to properly ask questions before moving forward with taking a vote. I think it's very critical that each and every board member questions are answered as they pertain to these items, which, very clearly impact, financially our agency. And we have an obligation to ask the questions. And in return, the staff has an obligation to respond. So if I remember this item being discussed previously, and my understanding is that that when the city of Whittier was going to consider increasing the rent or the lease on this particular property, that the contract actually says that both the city and Central Basin would have a mutually agreed upon assessor evaluate the cost of the lease. And so my question again to our staff, and I asked this question previously, is did Central Basin and the city of Whittier identify a mutually agreed upon assessor? And if so, who was that?
So the mutually agreed
Director-
upon assessor, oh, go ahead, Jackie. I'll let Jackie answer.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you, Aaron. Director, the consultant who provided the 2019 appraisal that came from Whittier, they were selected by Whittier. However, Whittier provided us with that appraisal or appraiser's credentials that we reviewed, and we agreed to them moving forward with the property assessment, and we did share costs for that as well.
Okay, what's the name of that assessor?
It is the Bronstein Company, I believe.
What is it?
I will confirm right now. The Bronstein Company?
Bronstein?
Yes.
Yes. Jackie is correct.
Bronstein Company, okay. And
Jackie, where are they located at, please?
Director, I can find that for you if you just give me a moment.
And who was the staff member that mutually agreed on this assessor?
I brought the information to Kevin, who was the general manager at that time, and we agreed.
Oh my God.
Okay, so Mr. Hunt was the one that agreed. And why didn't this come before the board? I mean, this is clearly a contractual, stipulation. And yeah, was there a reason why this wasn't brought before the board?
It didn't come before the board specifically because it was the language that was in the already board-approved contract. And so we just went forward with how the language was addressing the situation.
Yeah, would you bring that language up and read it? Because that's not the language that I read in the contract. Where specifically?
One moment.
Yeah, what page?
Aaron, do you have that page identified?
Yeah, I have it right here. Director, are you referring to the mutually agreed upon assessor?
Yes.
I'm referring to
Okay.
the stipulation in the contract that says that it's not going to be brought before the board, that the general manager had the authority to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director. It wouldn't say that. It wouldn't say that. The mutually agreed upon assessor is the language that's within the contract that was board approved.
Right.
I hope that clarifies
Okay.
things.
Yeah. Would you tell me what page that language is on?
That's on page 85, Director.
Page 85.
85, PDF page 89, and top of page 86, PDF page 90.
Page 85.
It's section
Page
3B, appraisal adjustment.
Page 85, what section is that again?
3B, appraisal adjustment.
3B, here it goes. On the first 5-year anniversary of each 5-year anniversary thereafter, the fair market value of the land is in an improved condition, less than $130,000. Imported by the leaseor. Yeah, previously imported by the leaseor shall be appraised by a mutually agreed upon appraiser or other qualified appraiser of equivalent experience. Okay. Right. So, yeah, I mean, this is a good point here because according to this contract is being made by and between the Central Basin Municipal Water District and not by and between Mr. Kevin Hunt. So Mr. Kevin Hunt does not have the authority, and this is real consistent with his conduct at Central Basin during his time there. Mr. Hunt does not have the authority to unilaterally decide that he was going to be the individual to agree to this assessor. And I don't understand why he would. I mean, I do understand because Mr. Hunt, was running Central Basin like it was Hunt Enterprises when it's actually a public agency. So, I mean, I'm really interested in working with the city of Whittier and and identifying a mutually agreed upon assessor. Is there anything in writing that you have, Jackie, that that basically says that Mr. Hunt agreed on behalf of Central Basin to this assessor?
I'm going to assume that it's in an email somewhere, and I can look that up for the board.
Director Vasquez, just remember, this is the same general manager that talked some of the directors into giving away the WQPP plan. That says we were not making a profit when we were.
Right. If I may also follow up with the previous question about where the Bronstein Company was located, there in Agoura Hills, California.
Yeah, so I support Mr. Hawkins's his position, and I certainly want to, make sure that the city of Whittier is properly noticed that Central Basin has never agreed, the board has never agreed to this particular assessor, and maybe opt for making the payment in protest until that issue of the assessor is resolved. That's what I'd like our board to consider.
Mr. President, call for question. There was a motion and a second.
And Director Oskouei, sorry, I didn't catch who the second was. I just have you as making the motion to pay the item and include the language to pay under protest.
I believe I heard Director Origi. You can ask him that.
Director Origi, were you, okay, you did second the motion, okay. So once again, Director Oskouei, oh, sorry, go ahead, Director.
Would you mind repeating the motion?
Yes, so the motion is to approve. I'm sorry?
I can read it, Director, if you'd like. This is Erin.
Erin, I'll just go, okay, sorry, Erin, go ahead.
So the recommended motion is that the board approve the payment of $390,816 for the Rio Hondo pump station lease and authorize a budget overage in the amount of $167,393 in fiscal year 2020 from district reserves.
Under protest.
And that will also, yes, and that will also include the language that we're paying under protest at the time that this payment is executed.
And appeal.
And yeah, until Central Basin and the city of Whittier can identify a mutually agreed upon assessor.
Call for the question.
Director Oskouei, are you including that language as part of your motion until
the motion was to pay the city of Whittier under protest, and that's it. That was the motion, and there was a second.
Okay, Director Chacon.
My thing is, before I do my yes or no, I'd like to request that we send over that information with Kevin Hunt doing whatever he did to the DA, so they can also take a look at it, and I'll vote yes.
Okay. Director Origi?
The item that Director Chacon asked is not part of the motion. I will say yes to the original motion.
Okay, noted. Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oskouei?
Yes.
Director Vasquez?
No.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Before I say my answer, I would like to make note that we have staff making recommendations on bad business deals, but we don't have any recommendations on our budget from staff. And so there's just a big disconnect, and we cannot continue to use public dollars in a wasteful way, and this is just bad, so it's a no.
Okay. Director Apodaca?
Yes.
Motion passes.
No, I don't think it did.
I have 1, 2, 3,
I know,
4, 5.
hold on.
Director.
Yeah, but when I try to add on somebody said no to it, so mine is a no.
I'll go ahead and make a substitute motion to approve the payment to the city of Whittier and make the proper adjustments in the budget in protest and with the city of Whittier and the Central Basin agreeing on a mutually acceptable appraiser until, yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so there's a motion. Yes, the motion by Director Vasquez was to approve payment to the city of Whittier and make the proper adjustments in the budget, and we're making the payment under protest with Central Basin and Whittier coming together for a mutually acceptable appraiser. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I can't understand how we're going to pay under protest, but then agree on somebody else to come in and look at it. How is that going to happen?
The same way that
we've already done that.
Paying under protest, it's the same way.
Yeah, but that's different. You pay under protest, I understand, but then agreeing on a third party to come and look at it again, how are you going to pay and then agree on someone else to come and look at what you've already paid for?
The city of Downey can just as some of the purveyors will likely request a refund if the meter charge
What does that have to do with this, madam? Please stay focused on the item on hand.
It's the same concept, sir. It's the same concept.
Call for a question. Call for a question, please.
The city of Whittier will simply reimburse us. And I would really ask that you stop lying. Thank you, sir.
Call for a question. Mr. Chairman, call for a question, please. There's a motion and a second.
Okay. Directors, the roll call is as follows. Director Chacon?
Okay, what have we voted on?
This is the substitute motion by Director, or the secondary motion by Director Vasquez, seconded by you to approve payment to the city of Whittier
Yes.
and make the proper adjust. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Director Origi? Director Origi? I'm not sure if Director Origi is on the line. I think we may have lost Director Origi.
Oh,
Okay,
thank God.
Director, I'm sorry?
Go on.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oskui?
No, we're delaying something that needs to be done.
Director Vasquez?
Yes, the payment needs to be done, and obviously Mr. Oskui continues on his pattern of trying to destroy our public agency to make it private with his actions.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Can you clarify again what I'm being asked to do?
This is the motion by Director Vasquez, seconded by Director Chacon to approve payment to the city of Whittier and making proper adjustments in our budget to pay this. And this payment is being done under protest with Central Basin and Whittier mutually agreeing on an acceptable appraiser.
Yes, that can be done. You know, Don Alshire crafts all kinds of language with those kinds of contracts. So yes, I think we can kind of maybe use his template and have this actually happen. I hope my other colleagues will reconsider their no vote and actually do it. Thank you.
And that was a yes, right, Director Camacho?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Director Apodaca?
No.
And just to confirm, Director Origi, you're not on the line. Director Origi?
No vote.
No vote. Okay. So then the motion does not pass.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be excused, I have to attend to another meeting, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Does that mean the Ayatollah got off? Guess so.
What item is this?
This was item 12, Director Apodaca. You're now on the consent calendar. Items 13 through, give me 1 second. You're starting the consent calendar, items 13 through 21.
Move the consent
Do
calendar.
anybody have any
I would like to
special,
pull,
or we can approve the
sure,
consent calendar?
I believe
Because I have
Director
to leave
Vasquez.
too.
Yeah, I would like to pull certain items from the consent calendar for discussion. And I would like to pull item number 13, item number 14, item number 15.
I have a doctor's appointment, so you'll have to carry on, whoever's there.
Item number 17, and also item number 21.
Director
Balance of
Vasquez.
the calendar,
Okay.
unless there are other directors that need to pull an item.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, Director?
Yeah, I'd like to pull Andrew Hamilton's, payroll item.
Which item would that be, Director? Would that be, we have the financial report, which includes 14A, 14B, 14A through 14D.
Okay, any item that has to do with Andrew Hamilton getting paid, I want to pull that item because he's been fired and he should no longer be getting paid.
That'll be the staff payroll, which will be item number 14. And I
Okay, I'll pull that one. I'll pull that one.
Okay, so I've already pulled it. Before we lose a quorum, I want to make sure that we request, put in our request for a special meeting, because we need to conduct a special meeting. And these are requests that I can make at the regular board meeting. I also want to request at our next special meeting that we review the elections resolution one more time, that we bring back the technology services item for consideration to the board, and that we bring back all of the legal items, all of the lawsuits that are pending before the board. So I am making that request right now before we lose the quorum, because it appears that we might lose it. So my requests have been put in the record again for a special meeting to be done either this Wednesday or Thursday, so that we can take on the technology services item, the elections resolution, the legal items, and direct screening.
Yeah, you know what? I'd like to put any item that's supposed to be in closed session that we have not heard for in a few months. We need to put those items on to closed session.
For the special meeting, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I'm not sure who's going to
Director Vasquez, just to make sure I captured all the items you were pulling, you pulled item 13, 14, 15, 17, and 21?
Yes.
Okay. And Director Rigi, I heard you move the remainder of the balance, which would then be item 16, 18, 19, and 20.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second?
No, before you do that, I think Director Vasquez pulled 16. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Budget
I think the budget is very important. We need to have an update on that.
She pulled 13, 14, 15, and 16, and 21.
Not 17.
Right.
Okay. So I don't have a second for the approval of the balance.
So you need a second to. Can you explain the motion? That if I second Arrighi, what am I doing? Tell her.
You would just be approving the remainder of the items that didn't get pulled, which in this case would be 17, 18, 19, and 20. So 17 through 20 is what's remaining.
I'll go ahead and second his motion.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Arrighi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Absent. Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Director Apodaca, who I believe is also now absent. Okay, motion passes.
So since Director Hawkins is the most senior member on the board, if we can have Mr. Hawkins lead the meeting, if that's okay with him?
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start with, I think you said 13 was the first one that you pulled?
Yes.
Okay, you wanna go ahead and start with that?
Sure. I do have a couple of questions. Cecilia, would you mind providing us an update on this item?
Sure, Director. These are all the sets of minutes that are pending. The only ones that I am missing at the moment are the 2 February meetings, which is February 14th and 24th. So I'm hoping to have those at the July meeting. I'm working on those, so those should be completed. And then this set of this meeting, so we're up to date.
Okay. I reviewed a large part of these minutes, and I am concerned that these minutes are not an accurate reflection of the proceedings. And I will point that in one of the lawsuits against Central Basin by the purveyors, Mr. Alshire, who is the attorney that's representing some of the purveyors in this litigation, made it a point in his briefing to state that the actions that occurred in the board meeting is not accurately reflected in the minutes that he reviews. And so I really feel that it's important for the actions that take place at the board meeting that they accurately are reflected in the minutes. So I would like to make a motion for the board secretary to work with identify a transcriber, someone who can transcribe all of these meetings and bring them together with these action minutes for board approval. I think it's very important to have an accurate transcription of it, of the decisions that are being made.
I would like to add, before you finish, I would like to add to that motion that I previously requested the unedited videos because the unedited videos had information that was deleted from what is being shown. So that is what is being shown is false. And so I would like to add that those minutes be transcribed from unedited videos.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to have the board secretary work with a transcriber to get these the meetings that are listed here transcribed and brought back before the board with the minutes that are listed here. So each
I want to add that we had 3 meetings in July 10th, and a second date. So there's actually 3 sets of minutes for July that involve litigation, and we need to have those transcribed as well with unedited video. Thank you.
So Cecilia, would you repeat that motion?
Yes, Director, you made a motion to have the board secretary work with the transcriber to get meetings transcribed and brought back to the board. And just for clarification, is this for all the sets of minutes that are currently listed?
Those that are listed and those that are not listed. Yeah, because Director Camacho mentioned that there are some meetings that are not listed here. So all of the meetings, all of the Central Basin Board meetings that have occurred from July 31st to the present.
Okay, Director. And I just want to note for the record that this is an unbudgeted item, so I will be bringing this back with quotes as to how much it costs to get each transcription done, so that we do have a board approval. But I'll go ahead and note that you made a first and a second, and I'll proceed with roll call if that's okay.
No, hold on a second. I requested that the 2 additional July meetings, because they're part of the litigation, that those be added to this batch that is present before us. So there were a total of 3 in July. You only posted the regular meeting, but we had 2 special meetings in July in addition to our regular meeting. And those are part of the litigation. And so we need to have those transcribed with this batch.
Okay, Director Vasquez, is that being added to your motion? Director Vasquez?
Yes, yes. Would you
Okay.
go ahead and recite the motion so that we're clear on what we're voting on?
Sure. So the motion is to have the board secretary work with the transcriber to get the meetings that are listed here and the ones that aren't listed, which would then be the 3 sets that Director Camacho Rodriguez is referring to in July 10th, July 22nd, and July 31st, and the February 14th, February 24th, and this set of minutes, which would be June 22nd with the transcriber, and this would be brought back for board approval.
But make sure to add that it's the unedited version that needs to be transcribed, unedited versions.
Of the videos, yeah. So, so that's the motion. So we'll.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Origi?
Come back to me, please.
Okay. Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca? Absent. Director Origi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, seeing that, it looks like we have item number 14 is the next one that was pulled, and Director Vasquez, would you like to go ahead and comment on that one?
Yes, I'll go ahead and do it demand by demand. So the first one is item 14A, and I would like to remove the following, what are they called, demands from the agenda for discussion. 22873, which is check for legal services for Olivares Madruga. And check number 22880 to Valley Soil Incorporated. And also check number 22884 to Valley Soil Incorporated. So I'd like to remove those 3 for discussion, and I'd like to go ahead and move the remainder of item 14A for approval.
I'll second that.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Origi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca? And they are absent, so the motion passes.
Okay, your next item?
I would like to request for at our next regular meeting for Valley Soil Inc. to come before the board to give us a presentation on the work that they're doing on Prop 84's Southeast Water efficiency project that they're working on. So that being said, I'll go ahead and move to item number 14B. And 14B is, yeah, actually, you know, this agenda is a little off. And yeah, I want to make actually a comment about a couple of other of the warrant run that it looks like have already been voted on. One of them is Infomark. Infomark LLC is the consulting firm that is monitoring the recycled water system. And there's a payment on this warrant run to the tune of about $125,000. And I'm requesting that if Infomark come before our board to give us a report on the work that they're doing. And also on numerous occasions, I have requested the backup information for the credit cards that are being used by employees. Mr. Andrew Hamilton has reported that these credit cards are being misused by the employees. And so I'm requesting the backup information for each of these credit cards again. And Mr. Hamilton has refused to provide that, and I'm going to ask again to get that information. And as a reminder to Mr. Hamilton, this is not your own private corporation. This is a public entity that uses public funds by taxpayers, hardworking taxpayers of our district that pay to keep Central Basin going. And so the fact that you continue to refuse to give this board financial information is very troubling, sir. And so again, I ask you to stop withholding financial documents. Thank you.
Again, I've responded via email each time you've requested those, and I could actually read the email if you like.
Sir, your email says that you're refusing to meet with me to give me the documents, and the bottom line is you're not entitled to withhold documents from any director. And so I'm asking you to produce those documents via email. As I mentioned, I have no interest in meeting with you. I simply want to be able to do my job, and you're preventing me from carrying out my duties and responsibilities that the people elected me to carry out by your refusal to give me financial records. So I'm asking that you have the staff provide that information. Clearly, you are no longer the finance director, and you have taken it upon yourself to hijack this agency and to continue to run it even after you've been dismissed for all of your improper conduct.
Andrew, I also requested the same information, and you have not given it to me also.
Okay, let's move on then. How about Director Vasquez? Did you have a comment on item C, 14C?
Item 14C, I mean, I would like Mr. Hamilton to give a report on 14B.
Okay, and does that cover the comments on 14C then?
14C is another set of demands. 14B, I mean, I would prefer that Mr. Hamilton not give the presentation because he's no longer an employee. And, but in order to move this agenda forward, obviously he has chosen to take over the agency illegally. And his license as a certified public accountant should be revoked because of all of this illegal activity. And I would like a staff member to give us a report about the investments.
Okay, can we do that now, or do you want to do that at a future meeting?
Yeah, we can do that now.
Okay, is there somebody on the line that can do that? I got a lot of silence on that one.
Motion to move on.
Okay, we'll bring that back again then. Okay, let's go item number 15, it looks like then. Director Vasquez,
just to clarify,
Yes.
Sorry, Director Hawkins, just to clarify, Director Origi made a motion to move on. Would that mean that this item is just being brought back, 14B?
Nope, to approve it. Item 14.
We can go ahead and move to approve that item.
14B.
Okay, that's a first and a second.
I'm sorry, directors, just to get clarification, which item, we have item 14A through 14B pulled. Which item are we approving? We've already taken care of 14A. Are we approving 14B?
Yes, 14B that's the motion to approve 14B.
Okay. So I have a first by Director Rigi and Director Vasquez. Did you second the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca? Okay, motion passes.
Okay, it looks like we're going to go to item number 15. 15 is the budget performance.
Director, sorry, that was just for 14B. We still have 14C and 14D.
Oh, I thought they were all rolled into one. Okay.
No, that was just for 14B.
Okay, so then we're looking for a motion on what, A, C, and D?
I actually
I
have a question about the demands for 14C, and I'd like to just pull the ones that I have questions about and move the remainder. The ones that I would like to pull for discussion are check numbers 2288, 22,892. And again, 22,916 and 22,917. And I'll go ahead and move the remainder of the demands. I'll make the motion to remove the remainder of the demands.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Yes. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
No.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Director Apodaca. They're absent. The motion does not pass.
Remainder of the demands, I would like to make a request that Fieldman, Roloff, and Associates come before our board and give us an update on the work that they're doing. That Infomark come before the board and give us an update on the work that they're doing and they're billing us for. That Tetra Tech come before the board and give us a report about the work they're doing. And Valley Soil Inc. Come before the board and give us the report on the work that they're doing. All of these contracts are in excess of $100,000, and I believe that there is an obligation on the side of the board to understand what work that they're doing. And I'll go ahead and defer action on those items until they can come give us a report.
Did I hear a second on that?
Second.
Okay, so the motion by Director Vasquez, yes, the motion by Director Vasquez, seconded by Director Chacon, was on the items that she pulled, which was 22888, 22892, 22915, and 22917. And she's requesting that Fieldman Roll-Up, Infomark, Tetra Tech, and Valley Soil come before the board to make a report on the work that they are doing. And the action is being deferred until then.
Yeah, it's actually 22916 and 22917, not 915.
Okay,
yeah.
16 and 17. Okay, noted. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
No.
Director Hawkins,
Yes.
Director Osculi, Director Vasquez,
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Director Apodaca. Motion does not pass.
Okay, so then, that was item number C. So if that covers item number C, then can we go to, letter D?
Yes, if we can have, Dorette Lamley, who is the preparer of this, report, give us an update on this.
Meeting. My whole day is gone. I haven't done what I wanted to do.
Okay, I heard somebody talking, but I have no idea what they said.
They're watching soap operas.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, it looks like we're on item D. Where are we at on that now?
We're asking for staff to give us a report.
Okay, and who was that you mentioned?
Well, it says here that this report was prepared by Dorette Lamby.
Oh, okay. I didn't get who you said. Is Dorette there?
Yeah, she was on the phone a little while ago.
It sounds like she's not there now. Is there somebody else that can do that?
Ask Director Hamilton, who submitted the item.
Director Hamilton, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Can you give us the update on that item number 15, which is budget performance?
14D.
Or 14D, I'm sorry.
Yes.
14D.
It's liquidation and cash evaluation.
Yes, the district's cash unrestricted balance is 9.3 million. You can see that on page 2. Generally, there was not a lot of activity in the investment portfolio. Most of the change from the prior month was due to timing of payments and receipts. Then we also have reserves in the restricted fund of 6.5 million. And again, that was very consistent with the prior month, except for an increase of 1.3 million in standby revenue, which went into the lockbox, the district's payment account. With that, finishes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Director Vasquez, did you have any further questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Cecilia, do we need to have a motion to move that, or was that already part of the motion?
No, you would need a motion, Director. This hasn't been acted upon.
Okay, I need a motion. Okay, I have a motion. I need a second. Okay.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
So it was first by Director Rigi and second by Director Vasquez, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Rigi?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Osculi? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director
Apodaca. Motion passes.
Okay. Now I can get to item 15. Seems like I've mentioned that one a couple of times.
Been stuck on there for a while.
Item 15, which is budget performance report.
So this is Andrew Hamilton. Usually we go to page 2 of that. You can see at the end of March, for that period, it was 75%. If you look at the admin surcharge, the first line in the financial report on page 2, you can see the potable revenue is at 92% of the budget. Go down 3 lines to the 4th line, recycled sales. That one is at 62. So the best way to explain it is recycled even though we've hit the peak months of July, August, September, at the beginning of the fiscal year, it's still below the benchmark of 75. It should be actually higher than 75. That's similar to the comments I made earlier during the budget item. Recycled water sales are really quite extensively lower than budget. And going back up, the potable water sales are above budget. So that leaves our total net revenue at 77% of budget. That's only 2% above the benchmark. In the past months, it's been all the way up to 5%. I think the month immediately prior was at 3% above the benchmark. So we're continuing to go down, kind of coast toward the budget. If things continue very well for potable water and not so good for recycled water, we may hit the budget straight up or straight on for the net revenue. What I previously said was that we expect total revenue to be under budget because of decreased water sales on the recycled and the existing and in the last fiscal quarter related to potable sales. That was probably going to decrease too. So going on to the net expense, the benchmark is at 75%. We're only at 71%, so that is favorable. Some of those have to do with the election payment being later in June, later this month actually. That was budgeted, so we expect that number to rise if that budget payment is met. And that continues, concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, is there any questions on item number 15?
No, I'll go ahead and move to approve.
Second that.
The objection and the point that Mr. Hamilton is not the finance director, and but we'll go ahead and move this item. He was terminated in May of this year.
By whom? Dan.
By the general manager.
That doesn't exist. Thank you. Dan. Art.
Okay, do we have a first and second?
Yes, Director. I believe the motion was by Director Vasquez and seconded by Director Chacon.
Okay, then we can do a roll call?
Yes, sir. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Origi?
Yes, recognizing that Director Hamilton is the finance director.
Okay. Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca? Motion passes.
Okay, it looks like item number 16 is pretty much the same as 15. Is there much difference here?
Just briefly, if you go to that page 2 where the financial table is, you remember the benchmark from last month was 75 and the actual net revenue was 77. It was 2% above the benchmark. You can see this one is less than 1% above the benchmark, that total net revenue line of 84%. So recycled water sales barely moved at all during the month. This month was the month of April. So and the potable is actually over 100%. It's only it's still two months remaining in the fiscal year, and it's already exceeded 100%. So again, we're still continuing to go down against the benchmark. Again, the benchmark in expenses was 83%, and the net expense is 78%. That again, the vast majority is the election expense still to be incurred.
Okay, do we need a motion on this, Cecilia?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion, but before I make the motion, I want to once again express my concern that the finance director clearly is telling us we have financial issues, yet has absolutely zero recommendations on how to address this issue. And this is the former finance director that refuses to let go of his position, even though he was terminated. So we will continue to monitor the finances, and I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve this as we continue to seek solutions from individuals that actually want to fix the financial challenges that are before our agency.
Question for Director Vasquez. Question for Director Vasquez.
Go ahead.
Director Vasquez, who terminated the finance director, please?
Let's just move forward. I don't have time for Mr. Arrigui's game. Let's just move forward.
I've got plenty of time. I'm here until 5 o'clock. I'm here until 10 o'clock. I'm here until midnight if necessary. The question is, Director, you assert that the finance director was terminated by whom?
We have
ask Mr. Alshire on his prayers. Did you read Mr. Alshire's prayers, Don Alshire's prayers?
When I read the prayers, I read it in the Bible. I don't need to go read with Mr. Alshire's. I was a question to Director Vasquez. She made the assertion that Director Vasquez, you made an assertion that the finance director was terminated. I asked by whom. If you're not able to answer the question, then I guess he's not terminated.
Mr. Arrigui, you have received a copy of the letter and his termination documents by the general manager. So please stop acting.
Who does not have a contract? Who does not have a contract?
Let's move forward.
Call for the question. Call for the question.
Hi, Directors. I only have Director Vasquez making the motion. I don't believe we have a second.
I believe I second that, Cecilia.
Okay, Director, noted. Thank you. Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Arrigui?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
Director Apodaca? Motion passes.
Okay, now, I'm not sure on the next one. I've got a check by 17. I don't know if that was pulled or not.
No, Director. So 17, 18, 19, and 20 were approved. The last one remaining is item number 21 that was pulled by Director Vasquez.
Okay, so that we're at item number 21, and who handles that one?
Hi, good afternoon, Directors. It's Kelsey.
Oh, okay.
So for the
legislative,
it's the legislative update. Do you want me to go through, or did you have a question about it?
I don't have any. I was just wondering, in the essence of time, does anybody have any questions, or should we just put this over to the next meeting?
No questions.
So go ahead and move to approve the legislative update.
So is this something that the board would like to entertain, or do you want to put it over?
Let's just go ahead and approve it. I think it's very clear that we're not going to get a report on SB 625. So let's just move forward.
Okay.
So there's a first by Director Vasquez.
Second.
Second by Director Chacon. Okay, Director Chacon?
Yes.
Director Arrigui?
Yes.
Director Hawkins?
Yes.
Director Oscui? Director Vasquez?
Yes.
Director Camacho Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Director Apodaca. Motion passes.
Okay, so it looks like we're ready for number 22. I'm not sure about the telephone survey analysis. What are we talking about?
All right, good afternoon, Directors. This is Tammy. We've had this item on the agenda for the past few months. We've been unable to address it, so I'm glad that we're able to make it this far. And we have with us, who has been with us throughout this entire board meeting, Richard Bernard from FM3. He's also attempted to give a presentation earlier at other board meetings. So I thank him for his patience. And I just want to just give a brief introduction that this item relates to consideration of proposing a partial charge in an effort to have another method of revenue stability. And if it would be successful by 2/3 of the voter, a new partial charge would serve as an alternative to the per retail meter charge that we have now. And prior to making the determination to pursue a partial tax, it was necessary to gain insight from the service area, primarily under three main areas that include gauging the awareness level of the district, gather opinions of the district's programs, and observe the willingness to support district programs via a partial tax. So the board did authorize the contract services with FM3 Research to conduct a telephone survey analysis, and FM3 has provided similar services for several other agencies, which include the County of Los Angeles, West Basin Municipal Water District, the Association of California Water Agencies, along with several other municipalities within our district service area. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Richard Bernard, who's joining us, and he can provide a detailed report of this process, and we'll be going through some of the PowerPoint slides that are included on the exhibit on this item number 22. So with that, Richard, are you on the phone?
I am. I want to thank the staff, and I want to thank the board for having me present this today. Good afternoon. I apologize. I've been on the phone since the beginning of the meeting, and I have only till 3:45. So I'll try to move quickly so that I'll be able to answer as many questions as I can. I'm going to first ask if everyone has the exhibit in front of them, and I'm going to walk through each of the slides. All right. We conducted a dual mode survey that's both online and by telephone, both cell phone and landline, between October 11th and 23rd of last year. Respondents were contacted by email, phone, and text. And in the case of the telephone surveys, we offered the surveys in both English and Spanish. And in case anyone is interested, 14% of the entire sample chose to conduct the survey in Spanish. Surveys were completed by a random sample of 601 voters registered in your water district who are likely to vote in the November 2020 election based on past voter history, or we've included people who recently registered to vote prior to the survey. In cases in which we ask the question of everyone in the sample, the margin of error is plus or minus 4 points. And in some cases, we asked a random half to sample some questions and another random half to sample other questions. There, the margin of error was plus or minus 5.7. And if you're very quick on math and you notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding error, but it would be 99 or 101. So if we can move past the title slide of the mood of the electorate to the next slide, we began the survey by getting a sense of whether people thought the area they lived in Los Angeles County was headed in the right direction or if it was off on the wrong track. I want to make it clear that we didn't ask specifically about the district. We'll get into the district in a moment, but this is purely about their just general mood of the direction. And I want to remind you that this survey occurred in October. And of course, needless to say, a lot has happened since, both with respect to the board, but more on a macro level in terms of the coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic, the economic recession, as well as racial tensions across the U.S. and specifically in LA County. Keeping that all in mind in context. At the time of the survey, a little less than half felt that the direction was going in the right direction, with almost 4 in 10 saying it was on the wrong track. We then gave them a series randomly. We gave them a series of names of organizations that you see on the next slide. And we asked them if they had a favorable or unfavorable opinion of that organization. If they had never heard of it or didn't know enough to offer an opinion, we asked them to tell us that as well. If they said they had a favorable opinion, we asked them, is that very or somewhat? That's the dark blue, and the somewhat favorable is the light blue. And if they had an unfavorable opinion, which we asked them, is that somewhat unfavorable or very unfavorable? That's the pink and the red respectively. and I've aggregated the total favorable and unfavorable on the right-hand side. The darker gray are people who volunteered that they never heard of that organization, and the lighter gray are the folks who said, well, I've heard of that organization, but I don't know enough to offer an opinion. And as you can see in all three cases, of which you're the second ranked item, a majority of people do not know or have never heard of your organization or the other organizations to offer an opinion. Among the people who do have an opinion, you basically have a little bit more than a 3-to-1 favorable to unfavorable number for Met and for the Central Basin Municipal Water District. And a few less people felt they could rate the Water Replenishment District, but again, it's close to a 4-to-1 favorable to unfavorable number. I can't tell you exactly what the numbers would be now, but that was certainly back in October. So as we move forward into the survey, we begin to ask them about a potential parcel tax that the district may or may not consider in the future. But I understand that ultimately it will be the board with their legal counsel who will decide whether to move forward and what exactly would be in the ballot question. But of course, I'm sure you can appreciate I had to test a placeholder ballot question. So I worked with the staff to determine the kinds of services and outcomes that your services provide, as well as obviously infrastructure projects. And I constructed a ballot question based on my experience of successful ballot measures, but incorporating the items, some of the items that your district provides. So in front of you is the ballot question. We either read them on the phone or they read online. And at the time, we asked at a high water mark, sorry for the pun, $14 annually per parcel, which at the time would have raised a little bit more than $14.5 million annually. I would need your financial director to give me a little bit more clarity as to whether that was true at the moment, but that was certainly true in October. So we asked them the ballot question, and if you move to the next slide, we asked them, if there were an election today, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? If they said they would vote yes, we asked them, is that definitely or probably yes? Because we want to know the intensity of the support. If they said no, we asked them, is that definitely or probably no? Again, we wanted to know the intensity of the opposition. And then if they were uncertain, we pushed them a little and we said, well, would you lean yes or would you lean no? If they said they would lean yes, we put them in the yes camp. If they said they would lean no, we put them in the no camp. And if they still said they were undecided, we put them in the undecided. They're the pure undecideds at 7%. So on the initial vote, remembering this is a 2/3 measure because it's a dedicated measure for the services that you provide, the yes is 65, the no is 28, and the 7% undecided. That's just hearing ballot title and summary, the one that I just showed you moments ago. Now, a couple of things to point out. The people who are willing to commit yes on the initial ask was only 58%. They're the definitely and the probably. And you only have 3 in 10 that say definitely yes, which is a little bit low for a 2/3 measure. On the flip side, 17% said definitely no, which usually I see a floor of about 20%. So that's not a bad number to have for a 2/3 measure, 17% definitely no. So as we move forward, we also asked them alternative rates. So we said, what if it wasn't $14, but rather it was $10 and $8, and we provided the accompanying amount. And you could see that statistically, there's not a dramatic difference between $10 and $8. And you may wonder, well, you lowered the dollar figure and the numbers have declined slightly. Well, the definitely yes moved up a little. The total yes declined. And in some cases, people look at questions like this and they say, well, if you told me I need $14 to get all these things. If you're going to only charge me 10 or 8, does that mean I'm only getting half a deal? Does that mean you're going to come back to us for additional money? Or does that mean, you know, you're not going to be providing us with the services and infrastructure projects that you think are important? But I would argue statistically, the answers are very close. So we then move into budget priorities. Now, as you can appreciate, I'm sure you know, that the district cannot advocate legally, but they can educate. So we provided them with a list of what the money could be used for, vis-a-vis services, vis-a-vis structural projects, infrastructure projects, as well as potential outcomes, sort of aspirational outcomes if things, if projects were developed, and finally accountability elements. And we asked them, regardless of whether you support this measure or not, how important would it be to include this measure include this item in the measure? And we gave them, if you move on to the items, we gave them the option of extremely important, which is the dark blue, very important, which is the mid-color blue, somewhat important, which is the lightest blue, or not too important. And that one we took is the red. We've also incorporated the don't knows with the red because one, they're so small, and two, if it was important to them, they wouldn't have said don't know. And you'll notice I've ranked and aggregated the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. So the first thing I want to tell you before we go through some of the items is that much of what you do or have aspirations to do are very highly valued in your community. What you do as an organization means something to people, and that's important for you to remember. Sometimes it's hard to see the forest from the trees. What you do that is valued because you can see those high numbers. The lead items are protecting public health, which is an outcome of what you do, continuing to ensure safe and reliable water supplies for the community, making safe drinking water available during emergencies, making safe water available when other community water sources are polluted, continuing to ensure safe and reliable local water supplies, reducing public polluted runoff from entering local waterways. And as you go down the list, you'll see a lot of high valued items as we go to the second page, the third page. And remember, we're looking for items that meet or exceed 2/3, given the margin of error on some of these items asked of half the people with 6 points. We're looking at things that are primarily in the mid to high 70s, of which you can see there are a lot of items. And then if we can move on to the impacts of messaging and education. Again, since you cannot advocate, you can educate. We presented them with a series of statements that tried to simulate a potential outreach effort if the district ever decided to communicate with their residents and move forward, or at least considered moving forward on this. And after each one, we said, tell me if it would make you more inclined to vote yes on the measure. Now, the items names that are in the parentheses are purely for you. We did not read them, but it's a shorthand to understand in general what that message is without having to read every one of them. So we read it to them, or they read it online, and we said, would this make you more inclined to vote yes? If they said it would, we said, is that much more inclined, which is the dark blue, or somewhat more inclined, which is the light blue? And I've aggregated the total more inclined on the right-hand side. So before we go into some of the messages, I will point out that you have an important story to tell, and that your voters recognize that you have important function in the community. So if we can just go to a couple of the top items. Remember, I'm looking for items that score generally in the low 70s as statements because of the potential margin of error, and it's a 2/3 measure. So the first item, statistically very close to the others, Since 1900, California has 9 droughts totaling 41 years. The recent drought and the likelihood for future droughts will be worse, means we need to use these measures to fund the use of high-quality recycled water as drought-proof way to water landscaping and for business and industrial uses, so the existing sources of clean drinking water can be reserved for drinking and other household uses locally. 78% said they'd be more inclined to vote for the measure, with 48% saying much more inclined. We tested a disaster preparedness measure, a water quality argument, and securing local water supplies. All of them would score well as the potential on the next page for matching funds. We know that state and federal government like self-help agencies, and having a parcel tax indicates that you're one of those folks. And as we move down the list of messages, you could see many of them score extremely high. If you go down to the third page of messages, the fact that at $14, this measure would cost homeowners just $1.17 per month was in terms of intensity, a very favorable message, with 1 in every 2 saying, knowing that, it would make them much more inclined to vote yes. And then if we can move past the educational statements, you'll see we re-asked the ballot question that you saw earlier, that placeholder. I'll remind you, on the left-hand panel is the initial vote. That was when they just heard a placeholder ballot title and summary at $14. It was 65% yes, 28% no, 7 undecided. After hearing or reading what I just went through, what the money could be used for, accountability, and then basically telling your story in a non-advocacy way, we re-asked the ballot question. Overall support goes up to 69%, an increase of 4 points. Your definitely yes jumps from 31 to 40%, a much better place to be on a definitely yes. And then the no slightly declines, but you basically have a quarter of the folks who say they're not going to support it. Either they're definitely or they're leaning towards not supporting, and 6% are undecided. The next slide shows you the initial vote and the vote after education for total yes by the division boundaries. So you read this slide, the first column are the division boundaries. The second column are the initial yes votes. That includes the definitely, probably, and lean yes percentage points. And then after outreach, which is telling them what the money could be used for, that there will be accountability measures, and also telling your non-advocacy story, that yes vote is in the third column, and the increase is in the fourth column. And the right-hand side are the percentage of respondents who are not only part of the sample, but are likely to vote in a November 2020 election. I realize the districts are separated by population, but I hope you can appreciate that not every division boundary has the same percentage of residents who are registered to vote. And so it ends up being that divisions 2 and 5 have the highest percentage of likely voters, and divisions 3 and 4 have the lowest percentage of division voters. And then we re-asked those dollar figures again after education for $10 and $8, and you can see they're still slightly down overall in the total yes, which is on the right-hand side. And in terms of intensity, statistically similar to the $14 that you've seen earlier on the initial and vote after education, suggesting to me that the support or opposition is not necessarily dollar driven. It's fairly modest to be asking for $14 in this day and age, and since it's less than $2 a month, it seems for good quality recycled water and helping in all the ways you do, it's valued that people would be willing to support that. But it would require some education to tell your story. You couldn't just put it on the ballot and assume the results would be what the final results I'm showing you are. Now, in conclusion, Nearly half of voters believe the region and the county is headed in the right direction. I'll remind you, this is October of 2019. The majority of voters also do not recognize local water districts or agencies by name, but generally have favorable opinions of them relative to unfavorable when they do. Initial support for a $14 parcel tax is slightly below the 2/3 requirement, and it's soft, meaning less than 1/3 would definitely vote yes. Support does not improve at lower tax rates. However, a majority of voters believe that all the potential projects that could be funded, that is both services and infrastructure projects, could be funded by the measure are extremely or very important. Therefore, I would argue they value the kinds of services that you provide as an agency, as a district. They prioritize protecting public health, which is an outcome of what you do, ensuring safe and reliable water supplies for their community, and making sure safe drinking water is available during emergencies. Next slide. California history of droughts and the need to prepare for drought and other disasters such as earthquakes are among many reasons why people would support the measure. And finally, educational outreach helps strengthen support for the measure. After receiving information, the measure meets the required threshold within the margin of error, with 40% indicating they would definitely vote in favor of this measure. In October, it wouldn't have been a slam dunk, but it would have given you an opportunity to do some outreach in the community and then come back just prior, if you were interested in discussing this further and reevaluating the likelihood of it being viable prior to placing it on a November election ballot, which would have been the first week in August. And with that, I'm happy to answer any or all questions, and I apologize, but I'll remind you I have just till about 3:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for the update. Thank you for providing a very detailed report. Are there any questions by any of the board directors that you'd like to raise?
I do have a couple of questions. This is Director Vasquez.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, in light of the current, status with COVID and the massive unemployment rate, how would you recommend to deal with this particular issue that, we have before us? I know that the purveyors, the directors that serve on our board from the purveyor community were the ones that were interested in exploring this particular measure to be placed on the ballot. What is your opinion in light of the current?
Sure. It's an excellent question, and one that's asked of by every board member, so very reasonable for you to ask that. So I'll answer it in a couple of ways. I'll tell you that we are in the field with a variety of districts, special districts, cities, school districts, and many of them still look like they are viable, in spite of the fact that we register in the survey that people are hurting economically or are concerned about the current COVID-19 pandemic. So I would tell you it really depends on the district. What I do know from my past experience is that there are certain topics that are ranked higher than others in terms of voters' priorities in voting yes. Water is always among the top ones, as well as public safety, education, and the like. And I'm sure that does not go as a surprise to you. What concerns me within your context specifically is that you have not had the opportunity to go out and tell your story. In other words, we saw very early on in the survey that among the people who knew you in October, they had favorable views of you, but there was a disproportionate number of folks who just didn't know who you are. So being able to go out and doing communication, as I would have recommended, asked me for. Had I been able to present in Christmas when I attended in person in your board meeting, I would have recommended that you take the time. You had several months pre-COVID, of course. No one anticipated this, or few had, to go out and communicate to your community about all the amazing things you do and the need for additional funds. Right now, we're at the end of, almost the end of June, and legally you cannot communicate in an extensive fashion. You can do it in a modest fashion once you place something on the ballot, which really gives you such little time to communicate. And I wouldn't be able to know at this time where your voters stand. Had they had a greater clarity of who you folks were and the great stuff you do and the intent, your mission and all that, that might have moved the needle and solidified that soft yes. But I would be very anxious about recommending that you move forward, and I'm not implying that you're even asking me that, but I'm trying to give you some sort of guidance, my professional guidance. I would be leery, not really knowing where people are now for the reasons you state, but in addition to the fact that they really don't know who you are. And I am concerned about what's going on at the district currently, that may be used against you in a negative light to defeat any effort that you make to move forward on this matter.
Yes, thank you for this. I'm not sure if any of the appointed directors have a comment about this, because the appointed directors were the ones that had the idea of imposing this additional tax on the ratepayers. So we can get them to chime in on this issue.
Yes, thank you, Director Vasquez. Depending on how 625 goes about, if it fails, we're still in business. We still want to push this forward. It is an income source, and I'm sure that the purveyors would be more than happy to support this item going forward, if necessary.
Okay, we thank you. Are we still on?
Yes.
Okay, because my phone went blank just for a second. Okay. I have a question is, if we were gambling and we put something like this on, do we have better than a 50-50 chance?
Oh, gosh. I got to take out my crystal ball. So I have to tell you, if everything was going smoothly in the district now, I think you might have a chance, and it would be a very long month. But 2/3 is a pretty daunting number, and I'll have to tell you, I'll remind you, you may recall, if not, that's okay. I was involved in the Measure W item that ended up passing, and it took us many years to figure out the best framing to move forward, and there was a follow-up tracking survey just before the placement on the ballot. So I'm very leery at this time. I just don't want your district to be taken advantage of by folks who may point to what's going on as the reason why it should not pass, which I have to point out I never tested, because at that time I was doing the survey, things were running relatively smoothly. So I have to be honest with you. I know money is valuable in a public agency, and I would be leery because I know it's expensive to place it on the ballot. And I believe one of the staff had mentioned that earlier. If you did not go forward, you would be more. If you went forward and you did not pass without any effort on your behalf, you would be more in the hole financially, and that's something that I'm uncomfortable recommending at this point.
Well, give me a ballpark figure. Give me a ballpark figure on money. What are we talking about in general?
I'm sorry, but perhaps your either your finance director, your former finance director might be able to answer that. He has looked into it. That's not my expertise about how much the county charges.
Director Hawkins, a question, please.
Yes, what's an estimated idea on dollar amount?
Yeah, the current,
Director Ricky, may I ask a question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
To the presenter, sir, would it be prudent for the district to not put this on the November 20 ballot, but hold off until the November 22nd ballot in order to put together a campaign to educate and use the time frame to go out into the district and educate the voters on the need for this item, as opposed to rushing it on the November 20th and not having done due diligence in getting the information out to the voters for it to pass? Is that reasonable to say?
That would be my recommended course of action. I see in the long run that you have a roadmap for success, but you need to do it due diligently for the odds to increase.
So therefore, in order to expend the amount of money needed to get a campaign to educate, it would take hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy newspaper print and other media to get this out, to advocate voters on the need for this item, and to put it forward and let it go until 2022 and you get a better return for your dollar.
Well, I can't speak for the advocacy because I'm working for the district, but I know you can appreciate the district can advocate. But even within your communication resources, it would be helpful to at least have some money spent on that, in hopes that outside efforts would be also work on your behalf outside of the district time and budget. Yes.
I misspoke when I said advocate. I meant to say educate. We need to educate.
Correct.
This is Andrew Hamilton, the current finance director. So the cost that the registrar has given us of about 2.2 million, that's for 3 seats this coming fall. And in essence, the registrar said, the registrar's office has said to add additional seat. To add an additional question, as in this type of ballot measure, would be pennies comparative to what the election is. So this would have to go to the full Central Basin Service Area, and if you take that 2.2 million and take that over per seat, that's 733,000. Our election expense would go to 3.6 million. So that would mean that we would pay just for the registrar's costs approximately 1.5 million additional this fall. Plus maybe they said 50 to 100,000 for the actual measure. Because in essence, it's the same as a vote of having a vote for every election, every seat. It's the same cost as having an election for every seat, all 5 seats. Going to the 2022, if you take that 3.6 or 3.7 million, and there's only going to be 1 seat up at that time, instead of being 1.5 million extra for the registrar's expense, you're now sending it out instead of 1 to 3 to 4, 3 additional seats. So that cost would increase and be an additional 2.75 million in just voting costs to the registrar. This does not count any of the costs for education that were $500,000 to $1 million. So if you count those expenses, again, if we have it in fall of 2020, it's about 1.5 million to the registrar, plus another $500,000 to $1 million in education costs. If it's done in 2022, when there's only 1 seat up for election, it's going to be 2.75 million plus another $500,000, $1 million of education. So the cost to the county registrar's office to have this ballot measure increases substantially, the lower the amount of seats up in a general election.
And if I may, your chances of getting a 2/3 measure increase with voter turnout. And as we know, and as I'm sure you can appreciate, presidential elections have a greater turnout than gubernatorial elections. Just something for you to consider as well if you're also thinking about potentially a 2024 option.
Okay, is there any more questions?
You know, just for the record, I was always against this from the beginning. The numbers never made sense, and I just think we could just do away with this thing.
Any other comments?
I do have a comment. I don't think that this is the right time for this sort of measure to be brought to the voters. I know that in my district, there has been massive unemployment, and people cannot afford to pay an additional tax. I remain very concerned that this is an additional tax that the private water companies, including Mr. What's his name, from the Pico Water District, Mr. Grajeda, have been pushing on our ratepayers. And so I hope that we can move beyond this and not move forward with this. I don't think it's a good time.
Any other comments at this time? Hearing no other comments, this is an information item anyway. So this is one that we can kind of discuss at one of our meetings, or if we want to have a workshop or something, this is something for us to think about. So seeing that, it is an informational item, and we thank you for coming in and discussing it with us. We really appreciate it, and hopefully we'll do something in the near future.
All right, my pleasure, and I wish everyone luck. What you do is really valued, and I know sometimes it's hard to forget, but the data really clearly shows that, and I hope that helps. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing that, there's item number 23, which is also a informational item.
Yes, item number 23, update regarding general management recruitment. I would like to circle back to the board members and ask you all how you would like to proceed. And based on your feedback, I would like to move forward with scheduling interviews, but I kind of want to hear your feedback on that, how to proceed.
Okay.
Are you interested in starting the process, starting that back up?
To my knowledge, Ms. Brad, this is, go ahead.
I think we should start the process back up, and you know, let's not wait too long on that process, because we should have finished this process a while back.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have a question for Ms. Braddock. I received emails from you that these interviews were going to start a month ago. Why was it canceled? I emailed you several times.
So
to ask
during that time when we were.
Yeah, let me just finish. And I have never received a response from you. So please tell me what happened.
So we were coordinating interviews, and I just trying to get everyone in one place was very difficult. So then I had Cecilia, she helped me with coordinating those interviews. So the last email was from Cecilia asking for days and times to coordinate it. And that was during the Sacramento. We have a few directors going to Sacramento for meetings. So it just never happened.
I never received an email
the timing.
Cecilia. Naja, this is Camacho Rodriguez.
No, you replied, Director Camacho. You did. You were available at a couple of the days. I do remember you responded, but then others weren't.
You're right. We responded that we were available that Wednesday and Thursday, and we never got a response after being told that the interviews were going to occur that week. So I just want to make that point that this is not something that's being delayed by the director. At least not the four of us, Hawkins, Chacon, Camacho, and myself. We have made ourselves available for this, and other than that, we don't know who's delaying this. If this is you, Ms. Braddock, or this is the other directors, Arrighi, Osculi, and Apodaca.
It's just getting everyone together. Everyone has a different schedule, and I appreciate everyone's schedule. So it's just been very hard to try to get everyone together, and whether it's in person or Zoom meeting, it's definitely been a challenge.
Okay, fine.
I would definitely like to get this picked up again.
Well, I hope so, because the ball is in your court as far as I'm concerned. So let's move forward. We need to move forward.
Yeah, so we will proceed. We will definitely proceed.
Yeah, this is Phil Hawkins. I think this is the most important thing we can do right now, and I think we should proceed as fast as we can.
Okay, got it.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes, keep in mind that some directors have a full-time job and don't have time for 10 hours of interview. So I'm willing to take time out to interview, but it cannot be large blocks. I have a full-time job, not like some directors that are retired or have nothing better to do.
Okay, hearing that. Do you think you have a clear direction then?
Yes, I was probably 4 or 5 hour blocks for 2 meetings, hopefully 2 meetings.
3 hour blocks.
3 hour blocks?
1 hour per person, half hour. How many questions are you going to ask this person?
We do have a list of 10 questions.
Okay.
So it depends on the person. Yeah, that should be fine.
A short list. You have to come up with a short list. Once you have a short list, then you can take more time and ask more pertinent questions. But you have to get it down to a short list of people that are acceptable.
Okay, I think you can work it out because I think you know that we're motivated now. So,
yes, I do.
Okay, I think that's something you need to work on and work with us. And my opinion is the sooner the better. Okay, with that?
Okay, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go on to item number 24, which is Montebello.
Hello, this is Erin. I'll be giving this update. So this update is regarding the 16-inch PVC pipeline being constructed to serve the Montebello Hills specific planned housing development. And I'll keep this brief. So the update that I have is that the pipeline has been completed and we're just waiting.
Erin, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Does Director Arrighi need to recuse himself from this conversation?
You're not taking action on anything, it's information.
You go ahead.
Is it all right if I continue? Okay.
Yeah, this is information only.
Okay, so the pipeline has been completed. The only thing we're waiting for is a valve to be ordered and installed, or the valve has been ordered, but it will be installed probably next week. And the pipeline was pressure tested on June 11th to validate pipeline integrity, and it did pass the pressure test. And that's the update. Are there any questions?
No, so is Montebello happy right now with all this?
Montebello is still proceeding.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to see that. Any other questions on item number 24?
Martha, that's your area.
Yes, I heard the update. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on to item number 25, which is director's reports on committee and conference attendance. Do we have any?
Okay, Phil, this is Director Chacon. I reported probably we went to a conference in San Diego, and I reported and I don't think we ever got reimbursed for all that.
Naja, would you check on that for us?
Well, can we have Cecilia
Yes,
give us
yes.
an update? Yeah, can we have Cecilia give us an update because she's the one that received
Oh,
the
okay.
receipt.
I'm sorry.
So,
Yes,
Cecilia,
Director.
would
So
you
my
give us
yes, not a
feedback on
problem.
that?
So we received all of your submittals, and those have been compiled, but we did not have a record of directors reporting their attendance at these meetings or these conferences. So if I believe it's Director Vasquez, Camacho Rodriguez, Chacon, and Hawkins that attended the AQUA conference in San Diego and the Colorado River Users Conference in Las Vegas, and that was in December. Is that correct?
Okay, Cecilia, yes, that's correct. But I also reported out during one of our meetings that did not get, Martha, what do you call that?
Well, it
Martha?
did get registered. Yeah, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Anyways, it was one of those meetings that I guess didn't get reported.
Okay, Director, and we're noting it now for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So mine goes back all the way to last summer when we went to contract cities. So I have contract cities, I have AQUA, I have the Las Vegas I paid for, and I was
So the
never reimbursed.
Yes, I believe the contract cities director, that was the previous fiscal year, and I believe that one did get processed. The only ones that are pending right now are the AQUA for the San Diego and the Colorado River Users, which was the one in Vegas.
Correct.
Okay.
So for the
Okay.
record, I want to be clear that I did not, this is Director Vasquez, I did not attend the AQUA conference in San Diego. So I'm not sure, is there a reason, Ms. Toledo, why you're suggesting that I did?
No, Director, I asked for clarification. I just listed. So if you didn't participate in AQUA, then the only one you attended would be the Colorado River Water Users, correct?
Right, that's the only one I attended, and I too gave a report about the conference. And if you need me to provide another report right now, I will. Do you need me to provide another report?
If you'd like, I don't have, like I said, I don't have anything on record from the directors since December of reports out of conference attendance.
Okay, so there were various things that were discussed at that Colorado River Water Users Association, including various lawsuits that have been filed against other water agencies who are disputing how the amount of water that they're taking from the Colorado River. So we attended various workshops pertaining to those legal disputes. We also attended a workshop with respect to the laws that govern who and what government entities can take water from the Colorado River. As you all know, Central Basin Municipal Water District receives some of its water from the Colorado River by way of the Metropolitan Water District. So Central Basin has a vested interest in being present at these this particular conference because it gives us insight about the amount of water that we will continue to receive from the Colorado River through the Metropolitan Water District. And it also gives us a macro level perspective of what the other government agencies and water districts do to get water into their communities from the Colorado River. So it was a very interesting conference, and I believe it's very necessary, and I certainly encourage some of the other directors who don't go on these conferences to be there. Thank you.
And Cecilia, I
Okay.
just want to add that we were able to discuss water minutes, so minutes 319, 22, 26, and how our relationship with Mexico and water storage and how much water that we have loaned them, they have loaned us, or what have they been vetting. All of these things are really important for everyone sitting on their board and educating the community to really attend this information. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, hearing none, we can go on to item number 26, which is future agenda items. And is there any? I think we've already mentioned several, but is there any more that we need to mention?
Can we have the list for future agenda items? None of the ones that I have requested have ever come up. So I'd like a read back of what are the items we have requested as a group or as individuals to be read back.
Sure. So earlier in the meeting, Director Vasquez requested that a special board meeting take place either Wednesday or Thursday of this week, where she'd like to discuss the election resolution, the IT support item, and bring back all the pending litigation closed session matters before the board.
Yes, because I know there's, some court dates coming up real fast, and I wouldn't like to pay anything if we don't have to. And just because we were not aware of the court date or our general counsel didn't show up.
Yes, I would also like to add, there are a number of other items that have not been approved by the board that need to be added to this agenda. A number of those items are the warrant runs and payments that have been made without board authority. So that's very, very important that these matters be brought before the board and that they're voted upon by the board. Again, it is illegal for payments to be made, secret payments be made without board authority and without board disclosure. So all of those warrant runs and demands that have been on the agenda dating back to January the 30th, which was basically the start of this, who's the majority, is it 4 or 5, began. And so I'd like to bring all of those items before the board for discussion and approval as required by law.
And I want to add that Stephen O'Neill told Andrew Hamilton to make a wire transfer of $30,000. And so I'd like to have that documented piece of paper. Stephen O'Neill from Omlos, from Rick Olivares' firm, that's Olivares, Madruga, Lemieux, O'Neill. They do not have authorization as attorneys to direct any staff person up to including a certified public accountant that's being paid at a public agency to wire transfer $30,000. So I would like that to be brought up as a public, transparent, agendized item for full discussion.
Okay, sounds like we got a picture.
Phil, I think just for the record, there's somebody coming up to renew their license, and we should send a letter to these people that renew their license and make them aware of what the individual has been doing.
Okay. Hearing that, then that can be on our future agenda items. And if there is any other comment before I adjourn, now is your time. Hearing none, meeting is adjourned. Thank you and sorry for the long meeting.
Thank you, directors.